What up guys, Otterpop here. I'm so sorry that I have been a little bit slower with the South Park content, but don't worry, I'm gonna start trying to push them out a little bit more now. And starting with that is going to be all of my reactions and reviews of South Park Season 6. Season 6 is where I started doing reviews for the actual video and having them as separate videos from the reactions and then posting those on the channel. But, I mean, YouTube probably wouldn't have a problem with it on my main channel, but, you know, I gotta keep everything as contained as I possibly can. So, I will have all the reactions that are going to be listed down in the description below with timestamps for not the episodes, but for the reviews of those episodes. So, hopefully it'll all look really nice and clean. Hoping it does. I'm pretty sure it will, so, yeah, I'm not too worried about that. But yes, all of the South Park Season 6 reviews and reactions will be available to watch right here, and they will be time-stamped. And I know that people don't really care too much about the reviews, but, you know, I put a lot of effort into them, and it was a way to help me expand a little bit and make monetizable content. I mean, I technically can't on the Otterpop TV channel anymore, but it is what it is. So yeah, go ahead and check out all of those. Again, I'll be trying to push out all these reactions as much as I can. It's just there's so many other projects I gotta do, so it's hard. So yeah, Season 6, all of those are going to be down in the description. And don't forget, people, I do have a Patreon, so you're able to view things exclusively, such as, you know, certain art projects and certain South Park episodes, and so much more than that, obviously. Or you can get early access, or even both, depending on the tier that you pledge to. So yeah, that would be a huge help, because I can't really monetize on either of my channels right now. It's fun. It's fun times. So yeah, thank you all for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed, and as usual, until the next video, guys, check you laters. And now, for the reviews. What up guys, Otterpop here, and welcome to South Park Season 6, Episode 1. However, this is not the reaction, because I'm doing something completely different this time around for this entire season, and maybe future seasons. We'll see how this season goes before I decide anything concrete. But if you want to see my reaction, the link is going to be down in the description below. This is actually going to be a little bit of a review. So, I think I kind of mentioned it in a... well, technically it's going to be a future reaction from this point. However, I mentioned that, especially in the early seasons release of a lot of the South Park episodes, a lot of the episodes often reference people or events or something along those lines that I don't really understand or know about, because I just either don't know them or I was too young to really remember them. And my memory, especially from when I was younger, sucks. So, that is what these are going to be for, and I will admit, some of these reviews are a little bit for me to, you know, have a little bit more watch time on my YouTube videos, but it also gives me a chance to, you know, really look at some of the information that I didn't realize before and really get to talk about it. But, you know, I usually end up reviewing the episode real quick and then reviewing my reaction real quick and my commentary, and then kind of putting that together along with a little bit of research for this little review, and I hope it works out, and if it doesn't, then oh boy. But I'm hoping it works out. So, to basically kind of describe what happened in the first episode, unless, you know... So to basically describe what happened in the first episode, whether you watch the reaction or you already know what happens in the episode, whatever the case, what basically happens in the episode is this guy for Subway, who basically lost a bunch of weight from eating Subway sandwiches, Jared Fogle, is invited to South Park to, you know, make a speech and stuff like that, and the boys are like, oh wow, that's so cool! But then, of course, you know, Kenny is dead, and Butters has sort of taken his place at the moment, and there are some occasional jokes about that. Or was that in the next episode? Gosh, I've already forgotten. Anyways, so then the boys get a little bit of a quick, you know, talk/interview with Jared Fogle after he has a speech, and he's like, well, technically I didn't do it on my own. I had the help of AIDS. But of course it's not AIDS as in AIDS, it's actually AIDS. I just switch that around. Whoops, my bad. He says it's with the help of his aides, who are a personal trainer and a dietitian. And then, of course, the boys are like, oh. But then Kyle's like, oh, but, you know, you're lying about all this. So, well, what's the point? But somehow the boys get the ingenious idea to do the exact same scenario with a new restaurant that I have yet to encounter in South Park called City Walk. which is basically a Chinese food place. And then on the flip side of it, Jared is like, I've lied. Maybe I should come clean about my AIDS. So naturally, there's the storyline with the boys who are trying to do the same thing with City Walk, and of course it was, kind of a bit of a joke in the very beginning of the episode, but it's almost racist, but in a way that only South Park can do it, because with their accents, it's not City Walk, it sounds more like Shitty Walk, and which the boys find it utterly hilarious. But no, it's absolutely, a sort of racist comment, but again, only South Park could pull off something like that. But, the boys decide, hey, let's fatten up one of our friends and, get them to lose weight just by eating food from City Walk, and then we get famous and all kinds of money and stuff. But it's not Cartman, it's Butters that they choose for this. You can already see where that's going. Meanwhile, Jared confesses that, he has AIDS, and people misunderstand that as AIDS, not as in actual people, but as in the actual disease. So that just creates a whole giant miscommunication error, and of course the boys manage to fatten up Butters, but then he can't lose it, so then he ends up getting some, homemade liposuction? Yeah, that goes about as well as you can imagine. And then, of course, the boys end up hearing about what's been going on with Jared, and they're like, oh dear, Jesus Christ. So they end up clearing the situation by the end of the episode, where it's like, no, Jared's not talking about the disease, he's talking about actual, assistance. That's what he's talking about. And then it's like, oh, AIDS is now funny. So that's the basic kind of gist of the episode. Now, this was actually an interesting episode because I'd actually known about Jared Fogle. I knew that he was in, Subway commercials and stuff, and I think there was a jingle associated with him. I don't exactly remember. But he lost a whole bunch of weight from eating Subway sandwiches, and was, pretty well known in the community. I ended up doing a little bit more research on this, and yeah, the episode was released in 2002, and it was an obvious parody of, the Subway commercials were on all the time, and it was just, they just happened so often. But what I didn't actually know, because I knew that there was something about him ended up being a pedophile and stuff, or something like that, but that didn't happen until years later. So, of course, and then I recalled something about, Jared mentioning in the South Park episode how he was going to, do this AIDS for Everyone program and give every child in the world AIDS and something like that, and which was misconstrued. But I thought it was funny because it was such a parody of real life because of what actually happened with him being, a little bit of a pedophile and child pornography and stuff like that. But I didn't realize that none of that had been found out, none of that had happened yet in terms of when the episode was released. And I'm just like, wait, did South Park just subtly predict that? In a subtle, jokey kind of way? I was honestly shocked. I did not see that coming. I did not see that coming at all. But no, it wasn't until years after the episode was released that any of this started happening and getting out. So, yeah. And then, of course, there's the little side plot with the boys, where they're trying to fatten up one of them and then lose weight, so basically doing the same thing Jared did, even though Kyle says in the near beginning of the episode that Jared is kind of like a liar for doing that, but yet they want to do the exact same thing, because that's a mentality of boys. And again, it's not Cartman that they want to lose some weight, it's Butters who ends up being the... not scapegoat, that's not the word I'm looking for, but it's such a freaking parody. That's what South Park is, really. It's just full of parodies left and right, whether it's, one big plot point or, you know, a little bit sprinkled throughout the episodes. That's all it ever is. And then, of course, once Butters does actually get fattened up and then they use the homemade liposuction on him, then he's basically grounded, because at this point, that's just the trope for his parents, they just ground him for everything. But of course, the boys still want to do this thing with City Walk, and Butters is like, oh no, I can't come home, guys, I'm grounded. Oh jeez, that was a terrible impression. What am I doing? So then there's this little thing where Cartman ends up taking over, and I'm like, oh, I was just thinking in my head, this cannot end very well at all. And he ends up insulting both Butters' parents over the phone, and then watches when Butters' parents get home and listens as his parents basically, I don't know if they beat him up or something like that, but it was just like, Cartman, you dick. I'm sorry, but you dick. But again, in the end, the boys are able to clear up everything with the whole, you know, Jared Fogle thing. A big part of this episode in general was miscommunication. There was so much miscommunication on so many levels. And of course, you know, the fact that, you know, Jared being able to lose so much weight just by eating Subway sandwiches, like, you know, it was such a parody. It was absolutely a parody that the creators had, like, the aides there because, you know, come on. You can't just lose a whole bunch of weight by eating less of certain types of food. You need to have, you know, proper diet and exercise. They're big parts of losing weight. It's not just about eating small amounts of the same food or whatever for an extended period of time. That's not how that works. You know, whether people have medical conditions or not. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that was just, you know, kind of parody of real life, because yeah, that's not how that works. That's not how that works. I would know. I mean, I wouldn't technically know personally, but I mean, my mom, she's kind of like her family's genetics, especially from her mom's side, aren't that great. So she's kind of been fighting genetics for a really long time now. So she's been maintaining really good diet and exercise for years, and you know, she looks pretty good. Although she actually has some recent surgery, and she's actually looking pretty good, so yay. But yeah, that's not how it works, Mr. Subway Man, Jared Folk. Messed up the name, whoops. But in the end, I was really happy to actually have a general idea of what was going on, because I mean, not completely, I actually mistook a couple of things. I thought, by the time of the episode's release, the stuff with him being a pedophile and child pornography, I thought that happened way earlier. Turns out I was wrong, but it's almost like a subtle joke within a parody, which is unbelievably amusing. You know how, like, The Simpsons has sometimes a habit of, like, predicting the future? Well, I like to think that in its own subtle way, South Park kind of did the same thing with this episode. Like, in a very, very small way, but in a very small and subtle way. At least that's my opinion on the matter. I mean, heck, this is a review for a reason. It's kind of just focusing on my opinions and my, like, you know, extra thoughts about the episode. But yeah, as I mentioned in my reaction, this was quite the start to a season. Definitely, entertaining and crazy, especially now that, you know, Kenny's not around anymore, and now Butters has kind of is kind of becoming the stand-in for Kenny at this point. Whether it's for the whole season, for just a few episodes, or for maybe even a couple more seasons or something like that, I don't exactly know. But at the moment, he seems to be the only stand-in, which is kind of funny that it's Butters. I'm enjoying his personality so far, and, you know, Cartman, as always, he's such a dick. Of course, he's not fat, he's big-boned, even though his mother has said in a previous episode that no, he is actually fat. She's said that. And he either still naively believes that, or maybe the creators kind of forgot that that happened. I mean, it is possible. These episodes are made on the fly, so who knows. But no, Cartman, at this point, he's just gotta be, like, consciously denying it, or subconsciously. But either way, he's gotta be denying it in some form. But
regardless, he's still a dick. He's such a dick. A dick with a mouth. A serious mouth. Like, mouth of a sailor. Damn. Although, I tend to have a little bit of a mouth of a sailor as well, but not as much as him. Not as much as him. But anyways, that is going to be my little review session for this. Again, I hope this whole thing works out, because, yeah, I will be posting the reviews on YouTube, but then having the reactions on BitChute. So who knows, maybe I was able to catch a couple more, maybe I'm able to catch a couple more things, like for this season, you know, with these extensive reviews, well, not extensive reviews, but with these reviews, compared to previous seasons. It'll get easier the further along I am in the seasons, because then they'll most likely be referencing events that I'm a little bit more familiar with. So, here's to hoping. But I hope that this review has been alright, and I hope you've enjoyed my reaction as well. If you have watched it, if you haven't, again, the link is going to be down in the description below. And thank you all for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this, and I hope the new format is alright. Again, it's completely something new that I'm testing out, but I'm hoping it works. So, thank you all for watching, and as usual, until the next video, guys, check you laters. What up, guys? Otterpop here, and this is going to be the review for South Park Season 6, Episode 2, Asspen. So, if you want to watch the reaction and haven't seen it yet, the link is going to be down in the description below, but if you have seen it, or just kind of want to listen to me real quick, then that's fine. Although, I mean, quick is kind of a relative term, so, who knows. So, the second episode starts off with, you know, there's, at the moment, it's no longer Cartman, Kenny, Stan, and Kyle. It's Cartman, Stan, Kyle, and Butters, who's kind of become the sort of fourth man of the group. And of course, their parents are starting to get along as well, because, you know, just kind of makes sense. They're friends by default. And then, of course, Butters' dad decides to pipe up and be like, how about we spend the weekend in Asspen, which is a popular ski town and ski resort, and it's got a national forest pretty close to it as well, which is in Colorado, which I was actually very familiar with Asspen even before anything had to be mentioned. You live in Colorado, you hear a few things, including that about Asspen, which is a pretty popular spot for, you know, some higher income folks, and even a bit of a resort for some celebrities as well. It's got some pretty pricey real estate, without a doubt. And then of course the adults are, so yes, Butters' dad suggests that they go to Asspen for the weekend, do a little bit of skiing, and the others are like, but why? Like, we can't afford that because it's Asspen. But then Butters' dad is like, well, I found this deal where we can stay 2 nights for free if we attend this 30-minute timeshare meeting, and I'm just thinking to myself, immediately as soon as he said that, there is a catch. There is some kind of catch. This is the South Park universe. That sounds too good to be true. There's definitely a catch. I was right, by the way. So they end up arriving in Asspen. The boys try and, you know, learn how to ski. And as Stan is learning how to ski, apparently he comes across this really good skier named Tad, which is a dumb name, by the way, who starts to chastise and tease him for no apparent reason. And, you know, he ends up challenging Stan to, you know, a race, and Stan's like, okay, whatever. But then the teasing starts to get a little bit out of hand, and Stan, for, you know, feeling, just because he feels like he has to, is like, okay, fine, I challenge you again. And, you know, if I win, then you don't tear down this youth center, and that's a part of this resort. And so, of course, a race begins to happen, or, well, a race is going to happen, but first, there's a short training montage with the skier who initially, you know, trained the boys in beginner level stuff. And it's such like a fourth wall break, because the song that plays is literally just like, you know, this is a montage. Like, those are some of the lyrics in the song. This is a montage. And it's just like, oh my gosh. Or maybe it's not a fourth wall break, but, you know, it's something like that. But, you know, the race starts to happen. Stan is going super slow, and Taz just, you know, going super fast, just zip-zapping all over the place. I don't know why I just said that. But he tries to set up traps for Stan, but Stan is just going so slow. Like, he can just, like, get over them with ease, because he's going so slow. But then a girl who tried to, you know, help Stan out earlier, opens up or lifts up her shirt and shows her chest, and he's just like, oh, and Stan ends up winning the race. In my personal opinion, pretty anticlimactic. Like, that's just kind of my personal opinion on the matter. But Tad is like, ugh, ugh. He's throwing a temper tantrum like a freaking 5-year-old. And then, of course, it was revealed that, the girl's breasts were, like, mutant heads or something like that. I don't know. It was freaking weird. I don't even know. But then, of course, there's a little bit of the, there's the other main story as well, where, you know, that 30-minute, timeshare meeting that I told you about. Well, there were these two guys that were basically harassing all of the adults to sort of buy up a portion of a condo that they'd share with, like, 20-ish other people or something like that, and they got tricked so many times into going into so many meetings and stuff, and the adults, Randy in particular, were just very like, no, we want to ski, just get us out of here. And in the end, they end up relenting and buying little timeshares and, you know, buying parts of condos and stuff like that. So it's like, hey, guess what, boys? We're going to be coming here for 2 weeks a year now because we just bought these because we were fools. No. No, 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 no. They caved in. They just freaking caved in. That's, I don't know why, that just bothers me so much. Because, like, when you got, like, people trying to harass you with stuff like that, or you got telemarketers on your ass, it's just like, yes, I understand that you're doing your job, but if I don't want to, then I don't want to. And then, of course, you know, the timeshare people are like, you know, hey, we've got everybody on our side. The police, the government, even the President of the United States. It's like, no. Just, no. But, no. The parents relented. They ended up purchasing little timeshares and whatnot. Yeah, seriously, I don't understand people like that. Like, I've never really had to deal with that personally very much. You know, people harassing me for, you know, buy this timeshare or get this great deal or credit or something like that. I have virtually no interest in stuff like that. Like, whether people are legitimately trying to get me to buy or whether they're trying too hard to get me to buy, or even if they're trying to scam me. I don't have any interest in that stuff, and you just gotta learn to say no. But of course, this is the South Park universe. You can't say no to stuff like that. You just can't. It's a damn shame, but I mean, hey, better here than the South Park universe, frankly. Because we saw how well it turned out for the adults. Although it is nice to see that they're agreeing on stuff and getting along really well. So, yay. And then, of course, for whatever reason, Take On Me decided to play at the beginning and at the end of that episode, and I was just like, I mean, I can appreciate this, but why is this playing? And I think that there are, like, a bunch of, you know, I think I read that there were a bunch of, like, movie references, and I'm just like, I know nothing, because I am uncultured swine. That's as simply as I'm gonna put it. Seriously, I am really not very cultured at all. When it comes to older stuff, like whether it's music, TV, movies, stuff like that, I just have very little interest. Any kind of like, you know, older stuff, even a bunch of stuff from the 90s, but especially anything older than that, I just have, more often than not, very little interest in. And that's just the kind of person that I am. It's not that I don't appreciate it, I just don't care about it as much. Because, yeah, like, again, Take On Me, I can appreciate that, but I don't really care for the song. I can just appreciate that, you know, it existed for whatever freaking reason in the episode, because, I don't know, it seems silly and fun and totally fit with South Park and, you know, the episode and the idea of a South Park episode. I don't even know. But yeah, from what I read, there were quite a few movie like references, but I didn't get any of them whatsoever. Give me like a newer movie or a newer song or artist or something like that, and I could probably tell you. Although some stuff from like the last 5 years or so, I might be a little bit iffy on. I don't know. My taste is kind of weird and specific. unfortunately, which doesn't really help with me trying to understand some of these references. But hey, at least I'm doing research and trying to learn about stuff like this. And I'm not a total fool. I still know some things. I'm not completely hopeless. I'm not a rank amateur. Sorry, that's what my family says. You're not a rank amateur. No, I'm not a rank amateur. Other than that, there really wasn't a whole lot for this particular episode, but I at least wanted to get some of those thoughts out there. And again, I think it's a good idea that I sometimes feel the need to do research and stuff like this, because then I'm like, okay, that makes a little more sense now, and maybe I have a little more to talk about. But, you know, I think this review ended up being a bit shorter than the last one, but not a problem with that. Who knows, maybe there could be a review that's like 20 minutes. Is there? No. I hope not that long. But anyways, thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this review, and I hope you've enjoyed the reaction if you watched it. And as usual, until the next video, guys, check you laters. What up, guys? Otterpop here, and welcome to the South Park Season 6, Episode 3 review, and this is for an episode called Freak Strike. Now, if you want to see the reaction, the link for that is going to be down in the description below, but if you've already seen it, or you haven't seen it but want to watch me first, totally fine, up to you. So this was a little bit of an interesting episode. So the boys, and by boys I now mean Cartman, Stan, Kyle, and I almost said Kenny, no, Butters, are watching a television program, Maury, which, you know, I thought I initially recognized. Popular American talk show host. I don't know if he's still producing, but I know that he was popular for quite a while. I just never really watched the show, don't know much about him, but anyways, they're watching Maury, who was bringing on people with disabilities and kind of, you know, making fun of them, but then giving them a little bit of a gift by the end of it. And then the boys get the idea, hey, what if we fake someone with a disability and then we could get a gift or something like that. And at this point, it's just become pretty obvious that they choose Butters to be the one who has to fake this stuff. Which I'm already starting to get to like, by the way, where, you know, they're like, okay, Butters, you gotta do this. And Butters is like, no, I don't want to, I'm gonna get grounded. It's just kind of amusing. And it's such a different... Because I guess Kenny was kind of in a similar position, but his reactions were often very different. But it's such a different dynamic between the four of them now with, you know, Butters instead of Kenny, which I'm not completely opposed to. I'm really not. It's just a different kind of dynamic that I find entertaining for very different reasons. But they end up, you know, convincing Butters, hey, fake a disability. So they decide to use some help of a couple of guys that we've met in a previous episode, and decide to make some fake balls hanging from his chin. Yeah, I actually just said that. Cool. South Park is gonna be making me say all kinds of stuff I never thought that I would say. I swear. So Butters ends up traveling to the place where Maury is, like, you know, hosts his television programs, and he meets a whole bunch of other deformed people, and, you know, they kind of subtly threaten him with, you know, if you're a fake, you're gonna get it. Which is making Butters really nervous, so he's just like, okay, gotta keep this up for as long as possible. So then Butters goes on, and, you know, he's talking, and for some reason he's introduced as Napoleon Bonaparte from South Park, and I'm just like, why? Where do you even come up with that? Like, you couldn't even come up with a ridiculous fake name, you had to use a real name, but then you had to use that real name of all people? I could not figure out for the life of me why that name was used. I really had no freaking idea. And then, of course, at the end of it, you know, there's a prize. Butters gets a prize, but it's for just him to go to the largest, like, putt-putt golf course in the world, or something like that. And then the boys are like, oh, that means we can't go. And Cartman especially is like, he screwed me over. But then, of course, comes the strike, when Maury is like, okay, no more people with disabilities. Now it's gonna be moms and their out-of-control kids. And the people with disabilities don't take very kindly to this, and they decide to go on a strike. Yeah. So then Cartman gets the brilliant idea to tell his mom that she needs to lie and say that he's out of control so that he can try and get a prize. Great. Let's see how that works out. And of course, naturally, Butters is grounded, for being on a show with, people with disabilities. But then the people with disabilities who are now on strike try and find him, and he doesn't want to, have anything bad happen to him, so he tries to keep up the ruse and, pretend that he still has a deformity. Great. So as Maury is trying to, start this new program where he's got moms and their out-of-control kids, the broadcast is interrupted, or not interrupted, that's not the right word I'm looking for. Hijacked, that's the word I'm looking for. It's hijacked by the people with deformities who are like, you are not going to treat us like this. We are... Wait, no, that's not exactly what they said. What did they exactly say? Hold on, now I gotta remember. I think it was something about, like them being, we're people and we're also true freaks and, we should be able to be employed and we don't want to get any bad treatment from people anymore. Something along those lines. It kind of went back and forth a little bit and I was almost a bit confused from time to time, but I think that's the general gist of it. And eventually they end up negotiating with Maury, so it's like, oh yay, we have our careers, we can be on talk shows again and talk about our deformities and stuff. So I guess yay, that was kind of a win. And then, Cartman is like, I got screwed over by Butters again, and ends up ripping the fake balls right off of Butters' chin, and Butters is like, oh no, they found me out, but then they go after Cartman, and I'm just like, finally, Karma's a bitch. Karma is such a... Cartman tried so hard to, come up with these plans and be like, but I want a prize. Whether it was a cash prize or gift card or something like that. I want a prize, and he basically got screwed over by Butters twice and got super mad at him, but you know what? I don't even care. I don't even feel bad. Cartman, you can try as hard as you want. You are a dick and you will always be a dick. Forever. I probably called Cartman a dick way too many times, but I stand by what I said. I honestly couldn't really find too much of a parody with this episode, and I couldn't really find a lot of information on, specific events with, maybe people with disabilities tied into this time period. It actually, a lot of that kind of stuff had happened years prior, so maybe it was just kind of, something that kind of came about in the creators' minds, or something along those lines, but something that really, I wouldn't say infuriated me, but something that definitely bothered me was I expected to see Jimmy and or Timmy by the end of the episode, and I didn't see either of them, not even a simple cameo. We did get to see some brief cameos from, the people with asses for faces from a season 4 episode, and then conjoined fetus lady from season 2 or something like that, the nurse, who I honestly haven't seen her in forever, and I was almost a little surprised to see her, but more of in a way that I was like, hey, I remember you. I haven't seen you in forever. I almost forgot about you. How could you forget that though? But other than those couple of cameos, I didn't see Jimmy or Timmy, and I'm like, what? Deformity? Kinda check. Disability? Definitely check. For both of them. Not even a cameo? I almost expected there to be a plan I almost initially, when the episode first started, for there to be a plan revolving around them initially, with, getting gifts or something like that, but nope. Nope, they weren't even in the episode, which was a little bit disappointing, but I guess sometimes maybe you have to be creative and come up with other things and not just, because at this point, I guess Jimmy and Timmy are kind of synonymous with the disabled kids' identity. That's not exactly what I'm trying to say, but that's it's for my point. But if there's something having to do with people who are disabled or deformed, then obviously they're going to be involved. So, but if they're not going to obviously be involved, then somehow somebody needs to think of another way to incorporate something else that doesn't involve them, because just because there's disabled and or deformed people does not mean that they have to be involved, but rather the creators have to be creative with it and come up with another way for other characters to be involved without involving those people. Does that make sense at all? I don't know. I feel like I just kind of rambled on for a moment there. I'm trying to half even comprehend what the hell I just said. If you guys understand, please let me know, because I'm not even sure I understood me. I think I did, but I'm not entirely sure. So maybe that's just an example. Okay, so long story short, maybe this is all just an example of the creators getting a bit creative and, you know, branching out, I guess. Which, given the fact that there are 23 seasons, would kind of make sense that they've been a bit creative and have been branching out in all different kinds of directions with whatever that they've been doing. My camera's up there, not there. But I don't really think that there's much else to add in terms of this episode. I wished I'd seen even just a cameo of Jimmy and Timmy. I haven't seen them in a while, but I also haven't watched season 5 in a while, so maybe that's partially it. I'll have to wait a little bit longer for, you know, other... Because both of them have to show up at least once in season 6. It's practically a guarantee. So, I guess I'm just gonna have to wait for that. But that's really all I have for this review. I hope you've enjoyed that and the reaction to this episode. If there's anything I missed, please let me know. There's always got to be something that I missed. But anyways, thank you for watching, and as usual, until the next video, guys, check you laters. What up, guys? Otterpop here, and this is the review video for South Park Season 6, Episode 4, Fun with Veal. I'll be honest, when I first read the title initially, after, you know, reacting to it, I was super confused. I was like, okay, that's the title of the episode? Okay. But if you haven't seen the reaction, the link is going to be down in the description below, as per usual, so go ahead and watch that, or watch this first. Whatever. Your choice. Maybe I should stop saying that at the beginning of every review. I'll need to remember not to say that, of course. So this particular episode starts out with the boys and their entire class and Miss 4th grade. I'm calling her Miss 4th grade. I will not call her by her actual name. I just can't. It sounds too weird coming out of my mouth. I still don't think I've actually said her name fully to this day with a straight face. It just doesn't roll right off the tongue for me. Anyways, the 4th grade class goes to a cattle farm where it's basically shown, you know, what happens when, you know, cows need to be turned into beef. Put simply, anyways. But they also discover a room full of really young and emaciated baby cows. Baby calves. And, you know, how that's basically what veal is. I'll be completely honest, I had totally forgotten what veal was, because I haven't had it in a while. But then, you know, once it's like, oh, veal is baby calf, or baby cow, and I'm just like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. But not specifically baby cow, it's baby cow that has been, like, fed less food, or... No, what's the word I'm looking for? There's a word or a phrase that I'm looking for. I can't think of it. No. It's not like fed less or anything. It's just fed a slightly different diet, I think, or I don't know, something like that. Point is, regardless, veal is just basically baby cow that's, you know, super young. I want to say either a few weeks or a few months. That would make a lot more sense. And as soon as Stan finds out, he's like, I want to rescue these calves. And so he enlists the help of Kyle and Butters and the reluctant help of Cartman to basically get all of the calves, like over 20 of them or something, back to Stan's house. They try to initially get him to Butters' house, but Stan is like, fine, we'll take them to my house. And I was like, okay, that happened quickly. I thought they were going to argue for a while about getting them to Butters' house. But the parents end up finding out about it, as well as the Mr. Ranch guy, or whatever they prefer to him as. But the parents find out about it, and Stan's like, no. Nah, bish. Nah. So he closes the door, he locks it, and then basically pushes a dresser drawer in front of the door so that nobody can get in, because he's like, no, I am not going to be coming out, and I will not be letting these calves out of my room until there's written form that they will be safe if we are to leave. And I'm just like, wow, I haven't heard Stan so passionate about something since he last spoke about Wendy. Seriously. So of course the adults are all trying to coax their children out. Kyle is amazing at standing up to his mother, and even Butters kind of does a little bit with some help from Kyle. And I guess Cartman really doesn't. He's just kind of there to be there, unfortunately. But they stand up to their parents, and it kind of becomes a little bit of a weird standoff. There's soon a news story about it, and even the FBI starts getting involved. And then, of course, Stan is starting to get weird sores all over his skin, for whatever reason. They hold out for, at first it was like 2 days, then it was 3, and then it was like, what is 150? That's like about a week or something like that. And I'm just like, holy crap, and they haven't had a lot of food. So when they do get food, snuck up through the window by Cartman's mother, because she can't see her little poopsykins suffer. Oh, Leanne. Oh, Leanne. And of course, there's some fruit in there and a bunch of meat. Meat. Everybody else is eating the meat, like, but Stan is not. He's all of a sudden in the mindset, no, I'm not eating any more meat. I'm gonna become a vegetarian from now on. I won't eat any more meat. So with that, it was pretty clear that it wasn't just anymore about the baby cows. It was about so much more than that, which was not what I expected from him. He's an 8-year-old boy. I suppose I will say, out of the 4 boys, well, technically 5 if I include Kenny as well, but out of those 5, I suppose I'd expect Stan the most to be so, what's the word I'm thinking of? I wouldn't say passionate necessarily, but determined, passionate. There's another synonym that I'm trying to think of, but that's kind of the best thing that I can think of to explain it right now. I suppose, yeah, I think I'd expect him to be the most passionate about something like this, and maybe Butters to be like the second. Or kind of a back and forth switch between him and Butters being the first, but Stan ended up doing it, so I guess he's kind of first on the list. What are you gonna do? But yeah, Stan at this point has basically said, no more meat for me, and he's starting to get more sores and spots on his face and his body as well. I had no idea what the heck they were, and nothing had been indicated as to what they were at all. So again, the FBI starts getting involved, and they've got a negotiator who's trying to negotiate, but thanks to masterful manipulation by Cartman, the boys end up getting guns and ammunition and a missile. And the FBI basically got nothing in return because Negotiator sucks at negotiating. Even I can negotiate better than that. So eventually the boys Cartman mostly manages to make a deal with FBI and said negotiator, and is saying, bring us a truck and bring us all the way to Mexico, and that's kind of it, really. And the plan starts to work out okay, but then it kind of falters as it's revealed that, hey, the FBI decided to double-cross them. And Stan, of course, is really sick, but apparently during this whole negotiation process, Cartman had said, okay, the FDA had better label Veal as no longer Veal, but tortured baby cow, or something like that. I'm pretty sure that's what he said. But it's no longer Veal, it's tortured baby cow. And the FDA actually did that. So because of that, Veal sales have kind of tanked. So Mr. Rancher has his baby cows again, but nobody wants Veal anymore. So all they can do is live normally with the other cows, and, Kyle is like, Stan, we did it! But Stan is unresponsive, and he's brought to the hospital. I immediately knew that he was going to be fine, of course. Like, even after it showed the hospital, I'm thinking to myself, oh yeah, Stan's going to be fine. He's going to be fine. He's not Kenny. They're not going to kill him off or some nonsense like that. He's not going to be left with a debilitating condition or something like that. Thinking back, this is South Park, so that probably would have been a little possible, but very unlikely. And I was right. Turns out the sores was, vaginitis sores. And I believe I just said that. So, I actually did find this to be a little funny, because it was actually in reference to something Cartman had said earlier. Cartman mentioning that, if you don't eat meat, you're a pussy. Just said that. And, if Stan's condition had been left untreated, he would have actually turned into, pussy. With the vaginitis sores. And, yeah. Please stop making me say that. So yeah, because of Stan not eating any meat, he ended up getting all kinds of spots and sores on his body and his face. And that's that. There was a bit of a weird lesson by the end of it with, terrorism is not a good idea. And I'm just thinking to myself, excuse me? That's one of the messages you decide to... Well, of course terrorism is not a good idea. Like, yeah, I don't need a South Park episode to teach me that. But, and it was mentioned a little bit by Stan, but I think one of the bigger messages was that, if you want to eat meat, you can, but you don't necessarily have to. Like, I didn't touch up on it. I kind of started to go into a little bit more detail about it in my reaction, but eating meat is a choice. Myself, I'm an omnivore, and quite the carnivore as well. And I know what I'm saying. I like my grains, my breads, my fruits and vegetables and nuts and stuff like that, but man, do I love meat. I love meat in just about every kind of form it takes. Even veal, yes, I know what it is, I know it's baby cow, but veal, beef, elk, bison, elk, bison especially, I can't explain it, it's just so good. But chicken, turkey, duck, I love duck, lamb, pork, I love all different kinds of meats, all different kinds of fish as well. And, of course, eating meat in whatever form it takes is absolutely a choice. And Stan may have gone from one extreme to another a little bit. I mean, he was an 8-year-old boy, so maybe it's not that much of an extreme, but he went from, I eat meat, to, no, I will not eat meat, because I've learned that veal is baby cow. Yeah, when I say it kind of like that, that does make it seem a little extreme, even for an 8-year-old boy. Or. No, that's not what I'm trying to say. But no, eating meat is, in the basic sense, a choice. Like, initially, we may have been omnivores. We may have kind of needed meat and veggies and fruits and grains we may have needed all of that in our diets, but it's not so much anymore. There are vegetarian diets, vegan diets, keto diets. There are a couple of others that I'm trying to think of that I can't right now, but, if you don't want to eat meat, that's absolutely your choice, I respect that, but people also have to understand that, because, sometimes they may not, but people who don't eat meat have to understand that people who do eat meat, it's not like we're being, actively, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not like we're being actively cruel or anything, because more often than not, we know exactly what we're eating, we know what we're doing, but it's all about, bodily needs, but mostly preference. And me, as a meat eater, I prefer meat. There are some people who don't prefer meat, and that's fine. You guys do you. There are some people who might have a medical condition that maybe prevents them from eating, certain kinds of meat or fish or something along those lines. But most people might not eat it out of choice, and they have specific diets because of it. And again, that's why it's a choice. You can choose to do that if you want. Everybody's got their preferences. There's friggin' 7 billion people on the planet. Every one of us is different. Every one of us has different needs and has different preferences. It is what it is. And again, that kind of message was touched up a little bit in the episode, especially towards the end of it. A little bit here and there by Stan over the course of the episode, but I don't know. I just felt the need to go into a little more detail about it, just because, it's what I felt like doing. I almost dropped that. I wouldn't say but I'm always interested in talking about issues where choice is involved. Because that's partially what makes us humans human, is our ability to choose, like, whether it's one side or the other, or, this, maybe a combination, like, our ability to choose is incredible. as is our ability to change. But that's probably for a different kind of episode. But no, choice is a huge part of what makes humans human, and it's always something that's fascinated me. But more importantly, it's not just about choosing, it's about, you choosing one side, but being respectful of other people's choices. That, I think, is what is really most important, more than anything else. But I'm not going to discuss any further into that. I've already been babbling about choice for long enough, but I think you guys get the general idea. So, thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this review and the reaction if you've watched it already. And as usual, until the next video, guys, check you laters. What up, guys? Otterpop here, and this is going to be the review video for South Park Season 6, Episode 5? The new Terrence and Phillip trailer movie. I always gotta think about them. So, or about the numbers to make sure I got it right, but I'm pretty sure I got it right. So, if you want to view the reaction, the link is going to be down in the description below, or you can just continue watching this. So, real quick recap of the episode. So, the boys, and by boys I mean Stan, Kyle, Cartman, and I almost said Butters, I gotta remember to start saying that, are, there we go, are watching this show on TV called Fighting Around the World with Russell Crowe. But they're not actually interested in the show. They're actually interested in a commercial break, specifically a commercial for the new trailer for the new Phillip and Terrence movie. After the two of them had gotten back together. So the boys end up just kind of watching the show, but again, they're not really interested in the show. It's literally just Russell Crowe going around the world fighting people as he so pleases. Or, because of his temper, or something like that. At least that's the impression that I got from it. But Shelly, who is Stan's older sister, is like, no, I'm on my period and I'm gonna choose what the fuck that I want to watch. But then she's like, if you guys want to watch your stupid little show, bring me some tampons. And they said Butters to do just that. This leaves Stan, Kyle, and Cartman basically, at home at Stan's house watching the show. And Cartman's like, colors are too saturated, and he tries to fix it, but surprise! TV blows up. Well done, Cartman. Well done. So Butters returns with tampons, but now the boys are like, oh no, crap, we gotta find another TV. So they try to go to Kyle's house. That doesn't exactly work. And then they try going to Chef's house, but Chef's TV is like a super cool plasma TV that somehow gets turned into like an evil robot that is going to basically kill mankind. So, there is that. They also try and go to an elderly home. That doesn't work either. And they try and go to Cartman's house, but his house is being fumigated. So, they're in there for like a couple minutes, but then they're like, oh no, we can't take this much longer. And then Stan remembers, oh wait, I've got a black and white TV at my place that I never really use, but they return to his house, and Butter's like, oh crap, I forgot to give Shelly the tampons. They open the door, and blood just rushes out, like a giant wave of it. And I'm just like, okay, that just friggin' happened, so that's a friggin' negative. So then they try asking Butters, why can't we just go to your house? And he's like, because my parents aren't there, and I've got no babysitter. And the other three just stare. And they're like, excuse me? You have no parents and no babysitter in your house. They manage to reach Butters' house and turn on the TV just as the last commercial break is starting, where there's a pretty anticlimactic trailer for the new Phillip and Terrence movie where it's a bunch of words coming at the screen, and then all of a sudden it's Terrence and Phillip in like cowboy rancher type, outfits and hats and stuff, and then it's just like, coming this summer, and I'm just like, well, that was anticlimactic, but the boys are super excited, like, yay! And apparently it's called Asses of Fire 2, which I mentioned was, Asses of Fire was the name of the first Terrence and Phillip movie that was rated R, that was featured pretty prominently in the movie and caused a whole bunch of chaos and created mayhem everywhere, especially in South Park. Trust me, I remember that. I remember that way too well. And then, of course, there's a little bit of a side story with the whole Russell Crowe fighting around the world, and, he's literally just going around all kinds of places fighting people around the world, and Tiananmen, is that how we say it? Yeah, I think it's a Tiananmen Square, which is in China, and then like Brooklyn in New York City. He's just fighting people all over the friggin' place, because that's apparently how he do, and that's basically kind of what was happening. His partner or whatever, which is basically a boat that talks by exhaling through its whistle. I actually did that maybe just a little bit too well, but apparently Russell Crowe starts trying to sing to his boat. Its name is Tugger, and Tugger tries to commit suicide, but it's like, oh no, got Tugger to a hospital, he's gonna be fine, and it was just weird. It was just super weird. And then there was, there was Chef still trying to figure out his human killing TV and trying to stop that from happening. So those were definitely a couple of side plots, but again, the main plot is focusing on the boys who desperately want to watch the new Terrence and Phillip movie trailer, which, again, is basically the title of the episode. So this episode, in regards to many others, was actually pretty short, sweet, and simple in its own weird way, where it alluded to actual events of Russell Crowe getting into physical altercations and negative incidents basically around all different parts of the world. There were like 4 major incidents, I want to say, in like 4 different countries. I can't exactly remember what they were, but I remember that there were some incidents, which I'm like, I had no freaking clue. I had no idea that this was, how Russell Crowe was. I didn't realize he had that much of a temper. Then again, when it comes to like celebrities and actors and musicians and their personal lives, I really don't know a lot, but this is kind of why I do research. It's really helpful for stuff like this. But apparently he had some temper issues, especially in the early 2000s, and there were plenty of incidents, and the Russell Crowe Fighting Around the World show on South Park was basically just kind of parodying that, or that's not quite the right word I'm looking for. Spoof, that's the word I'm looking for, I think. Parodying or spoofing, it's one of the two. But the show was clearly spoofing / parodying what had actually happened with Russell Crowe, which was actually kind of amusing. And then, again, it's literally just the boys. They want to watch a movie trailer so badly that they'll go just about anywhere, but they try so desperately. And then the whole reveals with Butters at the very end of the episode, who's like, well, we can't watch it in my house. And initially when he first said that, like, 5-10 minutes in, I'm just like, well, why the heck not? But it never got explored, so I'm like, okay, well, I guess we'll never know. And then, of course, by the end of it, he's like, well, my house is empty. I've got no parents and no babysitter, so we can't watch it in my house. And I'm just thinking to myself, oh my god, Butters, you are the most naive child in the entirety of South Park. And that's no exaggeration. He is absolutely naive. Like, they can call him ignorant or stupid or lame as much as they want, but the perfect word that describes Butters is naive. I'm telling you. It is definitely naive. I know naivety when I see it. Trust me, I had plenty of my own phases. I know what naivety looks like. But in a way, this episode just kind of goes to show how naive they all are in a sense. But, I mean, if you think about it, they are 8-year-old boys. What are you gonna do? Although Butters in particular, even being the same age as the others, is even more naive than the rest of them, because, it's Butters. It's Butters! That's really all, that's kind of one of those enough said moments, really. So yeah, compared to other episodes, there wasn't really a whole lot to delve into with respect to this particular episode, which is fine, there are going to be some episodes like that. That being said, it was still entertaining in a variety of ways. I certainly made plenty of little comments and whatnot, and I ended up learning something new about Russell Crowe, because again, a lot of these episodes like to spoof or parody real-life events in some way. Now, if I'm not really aware of the event or the person, I really don't know how it's spoofing or parodying, but apparently this was it. I didn't realize that, Russell Crowe had those incidents, and I don't think he's had any of those similar incidents recently, so I think he's doing okay. But, he's a really talented actor, and funny enough, I think I also remember reading that Matt Stone and Trey Parker, the creators, actually ended up meeting up with him at some point, and they were just like, oh, he's a really cool guy, and, brilliant actor and stuff, but there was kind of something that happened, and they came to the realization, very talented actor, he's awesome, terrible musician. And I'm just like, that explains the whole, Russell Crowe trying to sing to Tugger on the show, and Tucker trying to commit suicide and stuff, that makes a lot more sense when I read it like that. But no, it was an interesting episode. It was a little bit of a deviation from others. It doesn't feel like there's a lot to delve into necessarily this time. But again, it is interesting that I am researching all this stuff and looking things up, because I really don't always know a lot. Because again, a lot of these episodes are from when I was really young, when I wasn't really fully aware of what was going on around me, especially in terms of, major events, except maybe 9/11. I remember that actually, unfortunately, well. But, that, and, certain things that happen with celebrities and whatnot. I wasn't old enough to comprehend that, and frankly, I have a terrible memory as is. I don't really remember stuff very much from before middle school. I remember a couple of random things here and there, but nothing hugely major, and even from middle school, I don't necessarily remember a lot. I don't know. My memory can be kind of selective in that way, which, can be helpful actually sometimes, because, when I'm really passionate about something and when I'm really into it, I really tend to remember stuff. But if I'm not really interested, then I tend to not remember it very well. Just ask any friends and family, seriously. Although, I do hope that this no, I don't really think that this kind of thing is going to necessarily be a problem for me, say, whenever I want to go for a forensics career, because, especially in a lot of my forensics classes, I tended to remember a lot of this stuff, either because I was already familiar with it, or I was determined and passionate enough that my mind chose to remember it, so I could see myself remembering stuff like that, no big deal. But no, in terms of my childhood and middle school, not a lot of memories, so I'm gonna have to end up doing research. But probably starting in later seasons is when I'm gonna start recognizing a lot more. Hopefully. I'm hoping. I'm really hoping. Because, I'd like to do these reviews, but sometimes, trying to do research and trying to figure out what the heck is going on in some of these episodes, it can almost be a bit of a pain. But yet it's not, because I'm like, well, I'm looking into stuff that I didn't know about before. Anyways, that's probably all that I'm going to say for this episode. There really wasn't anything happening, but somehow I managed to ramble on anyways. So, I hope you've enjoyed this review, and I hope you enjoy or enjoyed the reaction, whichever it is. So, thank you all for watching, and as usual, until the next video, guys, check you laters. What up, guys? Otterpop here, and this is going to be the review for South Park Season 6, Episode 6, Professor Chaos. So, if you haven't yet, go ahead and check out the reaction in the link in the description yes, that is correct, the link in the description down below, or just watch this if you want to. Anyways, on to a quick recap of the episode. So it basically starts out with Cartman, Stan, and Kyle basically inviting Butters over, and, all professional and stuff, saying that, okay, Butters, it's not working out. We're basically firing you from being our fourth guy, because, you're lamer than Kenny. Apparently Kenny was cool, but I digress. Butters is no longer cool, and he's basically fired from the group. Meanwhile, Butters is feeling pretty rejected and disowned, and he kind of takes up a sort of alter ego, because he's like, I've been too nice to the world, and the world doesn't want to seem to be nice back, so let's cause some chaos. And he creates an alter ego for himself, which he calls Professor Chaos, complete with probably one of the most adorable and yet evil smirks, smiles, whatever it is, in probably the history of South Park. I don't know why. It's both. It made me both nervous, but it was also adorable at the same time. I don't know why. I just couldn't help it. He just looked so cute when he was like that. But again, it's just like, oh wow, Butters can make this sudden personality change? Oh dear. So while Professor Chaos is trying to cause chaos in the most minor of forms, like, switching soups and taking, chalkboard erasers and stuff, the boys basically kind of have a sort of, competition to decide who their new fourth friend is going to be. They gather, 20 kids or something like that, not just from the class, but even a couple of the younger ones, and even, Ike and a couple of other, preschoolers or kindergartners, whatever the frick they were, and basically turn, hey, we need to find a fourth friend, so we're going to turn it into a competition. Want to bet that it was Cartman's idea. I mean, I don't know for sure, but it feels like it was mostly Cartman's idea, but Stan and Kyle may have had a hand in coming up with the idea as well. And then, of course, they start videotaping some of this stuff, too, and I'm just like, okay, what the heck is going on? Well, I mean, and after I did some research, I didn't even realize that it was basically kind of the same thing as, like, The Bachelor, which, I mean, I know of, but I probably didn't know enough about it that I didn't really make the connection or anything like that, but that's basically what it is. It's basically like The Bachelor. People that move on to the next round end up getting roses, and eventually there's going to be one person by the end of it who wins it and becomes the boys' fourth man. Really. It's... yeah, that's basically what it is. So soon enough, 10 of the individuals are basically eliminated from the 20, and one of those 10 is a kid that we've actually met before in a previous episode. I think it was like the Meteor Shower trilogy or something like that. It's a boy named Dougie, who I think is like a grade or two younger than the 4th graders, and he ends up joining Professor Chaos in his desire to spread chaos, and ends up going by the name of General Disarray, and their costumes look really cool, even though it's just aluminum foil on 8-year-olds, but they're actually really cool, and I'm like, okay, these are actually some pretty cool names. Like, you know, Professor Chaos and General Disarray, and then I guess Butters had minions too in the form of his pet hamsters? I don't know. They try to cause chaos in other pretty minor ways too, flooding the world with a garden hose and then spraying like those aerosol cans or whatever to destroy the atmosphere. I don't know, something like that, but pretty minor things that I'm just like, yeah, I really don't think that this will turn out well. So eventually the boys' competition ends up with like 6 finalists, who is like Jimmy, Timmy, Token, Pip, a Tweak, and who is the 6th one again? Jeez, I can't even remember. I think it was Towley. Was it Towley? That sounds about right. So, but the boys end up finding problems with every single one of them. Like, you know, Pip is asking for tea and crumpets at a baseball game, and I'm just like, oh boy. Oh boy. But then, you know, Towley is high all the time, and, you know, Timmy is like self-centered or something like that, because hey, you can just say his name, what are you gonna do? But yeah, they find problems with every single one of them, and you know, eventually the episode ends with like 3 questions that the audience is given, and the first is like, you know, like will his plan succeed or something like that, and the second was who was chosen to be the boys' new 4th man, and then the third was, of these 6 South Park adults, which one is gonna die? And I'm just like, wait, what? So it's like, you know, 3 burning questions on our minds. But then, of course, the end of the episode just answers all 3 of them, like, just simultaneously, like, no, Butter's plan will not succeed. And it turns out Tweak is the new 4th man, and Miss 4th grade is the one who dies. And I'm just like, wait, what just happened? It was so much of a mind-fudgery nonsense that I couldn't quite put together. Oh, jeez. So I touched up on this particular aspect of the episode a little bit, but I didn't want to do any more research into it in fear of, you know, getting spoiled or something like that, because, again, it's been a while, but I think I kind of watched part of the second South Park game, which is the one with the superheroes. And, you know, every kid seems to have, like, their own superhero persona or something like that. Man, what is that? That hurts. But every kid seems to have their own superhero persona, but as far as I'm aware, I don't think we've seen those yet. But then Butters comes out with this Professor Chaos identity, and I'm like, wait a minute. This looks almost superhero-esque or supervillain-esque, and I'm like, first off, does Butters actually keep that? Like, is that possibly the persona he uses in the second game? If you know, don't tell me. Don't tell me. Please don't tell me. But if that is the case, then he's technically the first one to, officially in the series, adopt a superhero or supervillain persona. I'm just shocked it was Butters, and that he adopted a supervillain persona, I guess you could say. I mean, I could semi-understand why, given the events of this and a couple of previous episodes. I can understand that, but it's just like, Butters was the first? I almost would have expected, like, Cartman or even, like, you know, Kyle or something like that to be the first one, but no, apparently it's Butters. But again, I could be wrong. I don't know for sure. Because, again, I don't know if maybe he eventually adopts a superhero persona, and maybe that's what's present in the game, because I'm sure that there's a lot of different kids involved in the first and the second South Park game. But again, if you know, don't tell me. I don't want to be spoiled, because I want to I want to have one of those moments where it's like, I was right! Because that's really satisfying to me when I make a prediction or something like that, maybe really early on, and then I end up finding out just then and there that I'm correct, and I'm just like, oh, I was right. It's an incredibly satisfying feeling, especially since I'm getting right into this. But no, and of course the other major thing was that the episode, or at least the major idea of the episode, was it was referencing The Bachelor, which again, I've never seen an episode of The Bachelor, but I have a pretty good idea of how that and The Bachelorette, I have a pretty good idea of how those work. And that's basically what was happening, but it just didn't register with me, so I probably could have figured it out on my own eventually, but I feel like eventually is kind of the key word. So yeah, the boys basically turn it into a competition to see who among the 20 individuals is going to be the fourth man of the group. And this is kind of just something that I was thinking about a lot later in the episode, but I'm thinking to myself, if these boys are going this far, I can, even if it's never presented, I feel like they're subconsciously wrecked that they don't have Kenny. Because, it's always been the four of them. It has been the four of them for a long time, right? Now, that's what I'm assuming, at least. Based on how often they interact and that they're the four MCs of the show, basically. I love Butters. He's pretty awesome. He's naive, but, he's a great little character, a little supporting character who's now kind of becoming a main character, but will probably be demoted to supporting character eventually, I feel like. Possibly. But no, it's always been these four characters, and they've always been together, and, without him, I mean, the show is still very strong. It's pretty evident, even with, with Kenny missing, but I can only imagine that whether it ever gets brought up or not, that the three of them, Stan, Kyle, and Cartman, are subconsciously wrecked by the fact that Kenny isn't even there, and that they have to go through this whole process of finding a fourth guy because they're trying to fill the void, but they're never going to be able to find somebody like Kenny. They're just not. They don't want another smartass like Cartman, and they want someone who doesn't freak out over everything, or who's not like a super goody two shoes. I don't exactly know. There's nobody else like Kenny. That's what's so cool about a lot of these characters. They're all so different in personality. Whether it's, one adult from another, child to child, child to adult, it doesn't matter. Every single character is so vastly different from one another. It's so apparent. And it's really cool. It's a really cool aspect of the show. Every character is just different in their own ways. And while some characters may have some minor similarities with one another, they're all different enough to to be their own character. It's not like, oh yeah, that character's kind of like, this guy, or that character's kind of like, these two other main characters or something like that. No, every character is so different from one another. And even, Butters and his Professor Chaos persona, the two characters alone are so vastly different from one another. It's crazy. They're practically opposite ends of the spectrum, although sometimes Butters' personality can come through in Professor Chaos every now and then, but yes, it's still technically the same person. It's, Butters, and Professor Chaos is just, all those buried emotions, start to come out and stuff, but even I still see it in a way as the same person, and at the same time, two separate personalities. It's really interesting, because he's the first character that we've seen to kind of, not really exemplify, but display it, I guess you could say. And yeah, it's just really interesting. I'm not sure how I ended up on a tangent like this, but I am damn well sure glad-ish that I did go on that tangent, because again, I do love these characters. I love this show, and I love these storylines. They're so weird and creative. They really are. And again, it all comes back down to the characters. They're just so unique and different from one another. It's awesome. It's fascinating. Oh wait, I remember how I got on this tangent. I got on this tangent because I was talking about how there's nobody else like Kenny, and the boys are never gonna be able to find a real replacement for Kenny unless Kenny comes back, which he is undoubtedly coming back. I'm just saying that right now. He is undoubtedly coming back. But anyways, I think that's probably it for this review. Nice little ramble thing that I went on. Cool. But no, I do love the characters. Very much. Very much. Except maybe Cartman. Sometimes. Half the time. No, maybe a lot of the time. He has his moments, though. But a lot of the characters have a lot of better moments. So, I'm gonna leave that review there before I continue rambling, because I know I can. So, thank you all for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this review, as well as the reaction. And as usual, until the next video, guys, check you laters. What up, guys? Otterpop here, and this is going to be the review for South Park Season 6, Episode 7. I almost thought I said that wrong, but I don't think I did. The Simpsons already did it. This episode was like a parody in of itself. Like normally their episodes with events or celebrities that are parodying events of real life, but this episode in of itself was a parody, and it was absolutely amusing and surprising in a number of ways. So if you haven't already seen the reaction and want to, why don't you go ahead and check out the link in the description below. Otherwise, you can just listen to me, talk for a little bit. So to basically kind of recap the episode like I usually do, it basically kind of starts out with, Tweek's kind of a part of the group now, but, things are going so-so. Cartman all of a sudden shows up, and he's like, hey, check this out, this advertisement is for a thing called Sea People, and it's only like, $16 or something like that. So all 4 of them decide to chip in together to buy this Sea People kit, which they end up getting the next morning, and, end up putting, a little packet with stuff into some water, and it's just basically brine shrimp. And Cartman is like, I got ripped off. We all got ripped off. And this was what told me that this episode was kind of a continuation of the previous episode, Professor Chaos, where, Butters, who was in his Professor Chaos persona, is talking to Dougie, or General Disarray, about potential plans of, creating chaos in the South Park, but he comes up with a plan, and Dougie's like, but the Simpsons already did that. And so Butters gets super despondent. Poor guy. So then, of course, the boys have no idea what they're going to do with their Sea People, and so they decide, oh, hey, let's just go ahead and put it in Miss Fourth Grade's coffee or something as a little bit of a joke. Well, this is also what told me that this was a continuation of the previous episode, because she did. She did, son. I don't know why I just said that, but I did. And she dies, and, the boys are like, we must never speak of this, but Tweek, in his natural personality, is like, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. I can't even imitate it. It's just too funny. Butters tries concocting another plan where he decides to go to the town central's square's thing, I think, statue, and cuts its head off, and then brings it back to, I think, Dougie's house. But General Disarray is like, Bart already did that in The Simpsons. And once again, Butters is despondent. Meanwhile, in a little bit of a news report, the boys hear that there was semen discovered in Miss Fourth Grade's stomach, and they're like, oh god, our sea people, our seamen, S-E-A-M-E-N, killed her, and so we have to retrieve them as quickly as possible, which they mistake S-E-A-M-E-N for S-E-M-E-N. Or wait, no. Is it the other way around? Crap, now I'm confusing myself. But as Butters continues trying to come up with ideas for creating chaos in town and discovering that The Simpsons has already done it, pretty much every single one of them, the boys end up retrieving the semen from Miss Fourth Grade's, or at least a sample of it that they got from some, idiot doctors, really. And they end up returning, and, they have a couple of sea people still left in the little aquarium. They return the semen, S-E-M-E-N, but they don't realize this, to the tank. And the next morning, it's like, oh, they're the seamen and the sea people mixed together, and now it's like they're actual sea people now. And they try explaining the situation to Chef, who misunderstands at first, but eventually he kind of gets the gist of what's going on. But it was a bit of a funny reaction to see him misunderstanding what the kids were talking about in terms of seamen and not seamen. So yeah, yay! Butters watches through the entirety of The Simpsons twice, and finally devises a plan that has not been done on The Simpsons, which, you know, Dougie's like, yeah, no, it hasn't been done. But, of course, just as he's about to enact his chaotic plan, The Simpsons is on TV, all of a sudden announcing the exact same plan that Butters intends to do, and Butters is like, no! Don't mind that noise. That was a bad sound. Meanwhile, the boys have bought more of these sea people, and Cartman ended up getting a whole bunch of samples of semen. S-E-M-E-N. I feel like I always have to clarify. No, I'm either going to say semen or seamen. So, if that helps. But Cartman ends up getting a whole bunch of semen, including... I'm not even going to say, because he didn't realize what he was doing, because he got some from an official like bank place, but then he got some off the streets as well, but he probably didn't even realize, and none of the other boys did. But I'm not even going to talk about that. If you've seen the reaction or you've seen the episode, you know exactly what I'm talking about, and I don't want to talk about it. But Cartman ends up getting a whole bunch of semen and combining it with a bigger tank and more sea people, and suddenly the civilization is really thriving. It's like a sort of Roman Greek-esque type society or something like that. It's a sea-ciety. that's literally what Cartman refers to it as. So of course Cartman starts getting a bit of a god complex when the sea people start building a statue of him and worshipping him, and I'm just like, oh geez, here we go. And Butters is invited, but has been having a problem where he's seeing everything in Simpsons style, like animation. The characters are Simpsons-esque, and the settings are Simpsons-esque, so now everything appears Simpsons-esque, and he's just freaking out of his mind because he cannot come up with an idea that has not been done on The Simpsons already, and even his friends, he still sees as Simpsons-esque. So when he finally gets invited to Cartman's house to see the Sea-ciety, that's actually kind of a funny word, I will admit that, he's like, oh wait, this whole sea people society is something that's already been done on a Simpsons episode, in like a Treehouse of Horrors episode or something like that. And everybody's like, yeah, so the Simpsons have done everything. Even a couple of their episodes were rip-offs of previous stuff. And Butters finally calms down, and everything, and like, you know, how he sees his surroundings, his friends, the residents, everything has returned to normal, and he feels a lot better about, you know, the whole Simpsons thing. Well, then the sea people start, well, some of the sea people start building a statue that's worshipping Tweak, and then there's basically a sort of like, how would you best describe it? It's sort of like a religious or holy war between two factions of those that worship Cartman and those that worship Butters, and they end up basically destroying each other. And of course Kyle is saying, war is inevitable, but Cartman's like, why can't societies just live in peace? And it literally just basically ends on Cartman saying that, and I'm just like, oh boy. So at first glance, when I was watching this episode and they were talking about, you know, sea people, I'm like, why does this look almost vaguely familiar? But I couldn't really figure it out, and it had nothing to do with the fact that, like, I'd never seen the episode or anything like that. But there's actually this similar product from, I think, some decades ago. I think my parents kind of knew a little bit about it, like sea monkeys, which was basically kind of the same thing. Yeah, basically the same thing, just without semen. Yeah. But no, it was a similar product. The sea monkeys were, yeah, you basically did the same thing. I'd never had them myself, but I had heard of them, which is kind of crazy to believe. I've actually heard of something that existed long before I was born, so, I mean, that's a plus, I guess? Maybe? I will say that the big concept that really stood out to me was the fact that the Simpsons, like, you know, the TV series, actually exists in the South Park universe. And I mean, come to think of it now, I think that, you know, the South Park universe, in a way, also kind of exists in the Simpsons universe. You know, kind of just thinking and looking back, I don't know, I haven't done enough research on that particular aspect, but no, the fact that the Simpsons itself is sort of not really canon, but recognized in the South Park universe, it absolutely blew my mind. I'm like, wait, this is a thing? But I mean, again, it's all just one big parody, because I think the company that not featured broadcast The Simpsons was like Fox, which had passed down on, you know, Stone and Parker's, you know, South Park for kind of a variety of reasons, but it's just so funny, because yeah, The Simpsons went on for so much longer, and it started, I want to say, about like a decade or so before South Park did. That's just a guess. It was definitely many years, and again, probably about a decade. But, you know, The Simpsons ended up creating their own things, but also ripping off of other, you know, older shows or something like that. I think The Twilight Zone was mentioned, and there were probably a bunch of others as well, and maybe even some movies too. But South Park was just making fun of the fact that, you know, The Simpsons already did it, when, you know, that's I think that's actually true for quite a few concepts of South Park, because I think I mentioned in this episode, or a different episode, no, maybe it was the reaction for this episode, how, crap, what was I about to say? Hold on, I'll figure it out. Something along the lines of how the two shows were almost competing, not really competing, but competing with one another, since, you know, they were kind of, in a sense, they were animated cartoons that, and there's more similarities between them, but I'm not going to go into that right now, because otherwise I'm going to start, you know, racking my brain trying to remember exactly what kinds of similarities or differences. But the biggest difference being is that, you know, The Simpsons was much more geared toward like a family sort of setting with a lot of subtle jokes and maybe a couple of obvious ones as well. But South Park was a lot more blunt and raunchy with its humor, and that was like the biggest difference between them. So, I mean, in a way they were competing shows, but in a way they weren't. But although apparently the, you know, the staff and crew of The Simpsons and the staff and crew of South Park actually are, you know, on pretty good terms with one another. They like making fun of one another, and they like making jokes about one another and stuff like that, so it, you know, at least they're on good terms. But again, the entire episode was such a parody. It was so obvious to me, even, and, you know, sometimes some of that stuff can go right over my head, but it was just so obvious that that the entire episode, that the episode itself was just a parody, because it kept trying to think of like some, or at least Butters, the character, was trying to think of something unique. Maybe it could have been like mimicking Stone and Parker trying to think of something brand new as well, but they just kept coming up with, oh, The Simpsons already did this, The Simpsons already did this. Like, whether it was intentional or not, like, I feel like maybe in a way Butters was kind of the stand-in for Stone and Parker, trying to figure out something that The Simpsons hadn't already done, whether they had created it themselves or whether they had ripped it off of something else. So, at least that's kind of the way that I look at it, just a little bit. And I will admit, there was kind of the moment where where Butters came up with an idea that The Simpsons hadn't done, but then The Simpsons episode aired with exactly Butters' plan, and I tried looking, but I don't think that episode actually exists. That was just, you know, something for, you know, the character in the episode or something like that. I could be wrong, but I think I did enough research to know that episode technically doesn't exist. It was just kind of, you know, something that was made fun of to put Butters on edge even more, or something along those lines. And something that I actually found out kind of just randomly that I hadn't really conceived, or that I hadn't really thought about too much, was that while The Simpsons did a lot of things first, I mean, South Park, you know, they have their moments too, but Simpsons usually did a lot of things first compared to South Park. But one of the things that was actually flipped was that South Park came up with a movie and released it, you know, a movie that was based off of the series, years before The Simpsons ever did. And I'm like, I didn't even think about that. Because I've seen the Simpsons movie. I actually used to really like that movie. I still think that I would. I still think that I would like that movie. I just haven't seen it in a long time. But no, the South Park created a movie like between their second and third seasons, whereas with the Simpsons, I think it was like, I want to say it was almost 20 seasons or something before their movie was released, the Simpsons movie. It wasn't like the mid or late 2000s or something like that. I don't exactly remember, but at least I'm pretty sure about that date. But no, it was kind of funny to think about how it was South Park that had actually done something like that long before the Simpsons ever did, and much earlier in their production time. So that was kind of an interesting thing to think about. But yes, the episode is such a parody. The Simpsons have done so many random things, and frankly, South Park does, just to either a different point or a more extreme scale. Because again, they're a lot more blunt, and yeah, I keep saying it, blunt and raunchy. That's really what they are. Compared to the Simpsons, that's definitely the biggest difference between them. It has, there's a family dynamic in The Simpsons, and then there's, this crazy best friends dynamic within South Park, and I mean, there's some family dynamics too, and some friends dynamics in The Simpsons and stuff, but the biggest difference is how explicit things really are. How, like, blunt and explicit they are. That's probably a good way of saying it. How South Park tends to be a lot more blunt and either obvious, but in subtle ways kind of thing. That doesn't really make a lot of sense, but that's just how it's coming to my mind. Whereas Simpsons is very different, because it's really supposed to be a lot more family friendly. South Park? Not so much. And yet this episode still managed to surprise me in a couple of ways, like, the whole thing with the sea people, which I hadn't realized was kind of already in The Simpsons, which is, I think, was already kind of a ripoff of some other, or kind of a parody or something of some other show or something like that. What was I saying? Crap, I've already forgotten. Ah, yes, I remember. So yes, the whole thing with the sea people was definitely interesting, but then it had to shock us with the fact that Miss Fourth Grade just died. And there was really no explanation given. Maybe we will get an explanation. I don't exactly know, but that just kind of came out of nowhere, especially with the whole, question in the previous episode of Professor Chaos, where it's like, the third question, which one of these 6 South Park adults will die? And then just answered immediately, and I'm just like, are we gonna get this explanation? We did and didn't get, well, we got an in-depth look at what might have happened, but we didn't really get an explanation for what happened, so I guess I'll be left hanging high and dry on that. Maybe. I hope not. I'd like to get a little explanation. Pretty please. So anyways, I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna end that review there, because I think I've mentioned everything that I kind of want to mention. So, thank you all for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this review and the respective reaction. Jeez. And as usual, until the next video, guys, check you laters. What up, guys? Otterpop here, and this is going to be the review for South Park Season 6, Episode 8. Red Hot Catholic Love. I cannot believe I just actually had to say that, unfortunately. As usual, if you want to check out the reaction, the link is going to be down in the description below, but for now, for this video, onto the review. So as one might kind of expect, the episode sort of starts out with, parents, kids, and a whole bunch of other people at church on Sunday. And then Father Maxie, or as I kind of like to call him Father Priest, don't ask me why, it just kind of is what it is, mentions to the parents how there is a young men's Catholic retreat on a boat, and he wants the kids to go, but then the parents start freaking out because there have been a whole bunch of, Catholic Church sexual scandals and stuff going on, so they're just like, no, we don't want to. So they end up getting their kids to talk to a counselor to see if Father Priest ever, sexually abused them or anything like that. And then when the counselor asked, has the priest ever stuck anything up your butt? The boys are like, well, the boys and the girls are kind of just like, no. But then they try and figure out what the heck that means. Cartman is the one who comes up with the brilliant idea that somehow it must be sticking food up the butt so that crap comes out the mouth instead of the other way around, which the boys think is a dumb idea. And Cartman's like, let me prove you wrong. It seems like sound logic, it's entirely possible. And of course, the parents, having heard everything that's been going on and concerned about the possible sexual abuse by Father Priest, who even I at the time was sure, like, I don't think he's involved in anything kind of like that. But the parents are like, well, we've basically lost our faith in Catholicism and God, so we're just gonna resort to some atheism instead. I was immediately like, no. Bad idea. So the boys are doing kind of their own thing, trying to figure out if, what I said earlier actually works, and Cartman does stick food up his butt in front of basically the entire class, and, well, at least in front of the boys anyways, ends up crapping out of his mouth, and everybody's like, holy shit, that works? And then, of course, Randy, Stan's dad, ends up trying it out, and he's like, it works, so it gains widespread knowledge, and everybody starts doing it. I'm just like, oh god, here we go. And then, of course, Cartman ends up, he was like, oh, I was right, I got $20 from Kyle, and I'm getting a medal, and Kyle is just getting increasingly mad every single time. Meanwhile, Father Priest is basically meeting with a whole bunch of Catholic priests from the state, and he's like, well, this child molestation, or child sexual abuse stuff, words, Father Priest is kind of, disbelieved, and he's like, no, like, none of this is happening, only to discover that pretty much every other priest in the room has basically done it at some point, and Father Priest is like, I need to go to the Vatican. So he ends up going to the Vatican, but finds out that they're basically doing the same thing. But it was apparently in the, I've already forgotten what it's called. Hold up, I need to look this up. The Holy Document of Vatican Law doesn't prohibit that kind of behavior of, like, the child molestation and stuff. I hate having to say that. I really do. Like, hearing it and hearing it as a concept is one thing, but when you actually have to say it, it's just, like, dirty and weird. Ugh, I hate having to say that, but I swear I have a point. Anyways, only the Holy Document of Vatican Law, like, only with it can you, like, change the law or something. That's the impression that the rest of the clergy of the Catholic Church gave. So, Father Priest goes down into some catacombs and basically retrieves it, but, the Catholic clergy end up calling upon the Queen Spider, something like that, who ends up telling everybody that, the laws can't be changed. So Father Priest is like, fuck that, and just rips it up, which basically kind of tears the whole building down. I don't exactly know how, but you know what? Good for you. However, on live television, Father Priest is basically telling everybody how, like, it's not about, a book or something. It's about, having faith and having good morals and being a good person, stuff like that. And he says that on live television, which, again, if it's on live television, everybody's listening. And so everybody at home, most of whom are still kind of crapping in their mouths because the U.S. Surgeon General said it was okay, but based on nothing, they're just like, oh, okay, so that's what this is all about. So I guess I'd like to go to church again, not because I have to, but because we get to. And, gonna try and find God again, and, that kind of stuff. But that's basically how the episode ends. Oh boy. First off, based on previous episodes, I was kind of initially a little hesitant about Father Priest, and I'm like, he might be a slight bit shady. Not quite child molester shady, but he might be a little bit shady. But by the end of the episode, I'm like, you know what, Father Priest? Respect. You have my respect. So I didn't talk about it too much in my commentary of the episode itself, but I was kind of noticing how, the parents are all switching to atheism and basically telling their children, hey, we're switching to atheism, we're not Catholics or Christians or whatever anymore. And, as they're talking about stuff like this, they're literally spewing crap out of their mouths because of this new technique or whatever. And I'm just... I didn't get a chance to really talk about it because, there were other things that were kind of on my mind at that time, but it's like, as they're trying to talk about atheism, they're literally spewing crap out of their mouths. I ended up doing a little bit more research on it to find that, Stone and Parker, were, like, irritated towards people like that. Like, the atheists and the what else was that again? I don't remember. But no, it was from like, you know, some atheists, some, you know, liberal and conservative parties, how, you know, the creators were a little bit irritated by stuff like that. Hence the, you know, parents talking about atheism and literally spewing crap from their mouths because of the whatever. And Father Priest is, like, you know, by the end of the episode is talking about how it's not about, you know, the fact that there's so many literal translations of documents. It's not about, you know, laws and molestations and, you know, it's not even necessarily about the Bible, but, or, I mean, it kind of is, but not, like, specifically about that, but it's more like what you take away from all that. The lessons that are put in place, and, you know, like I said earlier, having good morals and just being a good person, being a good neighbor. How do you be a good neighbor? Why did I just say that? Where did that even come from? Please, somebody tell me where that came from. I don't think that came from anywhere. I think I just made it up on the spot. Where did that even come from? But I'd actually mentioned something similar in a previous episode. I think it was like the Fun with Veal episode. I think that was like episode 4 or something like that, where you know, one of the things that I usually like to talk about the most, or at least like to express my opinions about the most, is the human's ability to choose. You know, whether it's one side or the other, whether it's one of multiple facts, like, we as humans have the ability to choose that kind of stuff, and, you know, I have my choice and other people have their choices. Like, it's what makes us human. My hair needs to stop doing that. Like, all the major religions of the world are very different in a lot of ways, but there are even a bunch of similarities among them. You know, whether it's Christianity or Judaism, Hinduism, Buddhism, Catholicism, which, you know, is similar to Christianity, but fairly different, from what I understand. Or maybe one is a branch of another. I can't exactly remember, but that's not exactly the point. The point is that there are all different kinds of religions out there, and there are even, you know, agnostics and atheists. But, you know, we all have our ability to choose what we believe in, and usually a big part of it is kind of what we grow up with. It's not always, you know, our parents kind of sticking their beliefs onto us or anything like that. It's usually something that kind of just trickles down. But I mean, even for me and my sister, like, you know, I'm pretty sure my parents have mentioned something about being agnostic, or I don't exactly remember. My sister and I personally are atheists, but it's like, my parents never wanted to impose their beliefs on us. Like, we just kind of have our own beliefs. I mean, and I'll be honest, I was a little bit surprised to hear that my sister was atheist. Like, I kind of didn't expect that, but, you know, it is what it is. But that's just how we grew up believing it. But we also believe in having good morals, being honest, and, you know, being trustworthy, responsible, respectful to others, having good morals, and, you know, knowing the pretty clear-cut difference between right and wrong, and even knowing some of those gray areas too. Like, that's how we grew up, and we identify as atheists. But, you know, it's all about choice. It's all about how you see your faiths and your beliefs. And, you know, knowing that there is, in some cases, definitive right and wrong. Like, child molestation. There is a definite wrong there. Like, no matter how you look at it. There is a reason that child murderers and child molesters don't do well in jails. Because even the people in jails and prisons know that that is a big no-no. Like, that you just don't do that. I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine, really. But even like the Holy Bible, whether the stories or not are true, like, especially in that particular religion or religious belief, it's all about faith. It's all about taking the lessons away from, you know, what's been happening with the stories of a lot of the Bible verses and a lot of the testaments. I do know a little bit, but not enough to really say too much more about that. But it's all about the takeaways, what you take away from the religions, or, you know, what you take away from the religion that you practice, or something along those lines. But it's all about choice, and it's about knowing morals, knowing right from wrong, and, you know, that kind of thing. And that's the really important thing. Like, as long as what you take away are, you know, faith, belief, morals, and just I mean, kind of like Father Priest said, just being a good person. As long as you take that away from your religion, in a way, there really is no right or wrong religion. It just is what it is. I mean, come on. There are over 7 billion people on the planet. You really think that every one of them is going to believe the same thing? I think I said made a similar statement in a previous reaction or previous review or something like that. But there are too many people for them to all believe in the exact same thing. We all live in different locations. We all live different lives. Like, there's so many different... There's no way we can all just believe the same thing. There are gonna be all kinds of people that believe all different kinds of things. But as long as we have morals, as long as we respect one another, respect, you know, even just life as it is, and, you know, that kind of thing. It sounds cheesy as hell, but that's at least the viewpoint that I take away from it. And of course, you know, there's the whole thing with Father Priest. You have my respect, because you know what? I may not be Catholic, but I can absolutely get behind the message that you're trying to deliver. Again, it's all about human choice. It really is. And that's something that I always love to talk about. The nature of choice is a fascinating concept to me. Like, it just is. And I think on another quick note that I kind of wanted to mention earlier but kind of forgot about was the fact that this episode was released around a point where I think it was like a European like newspaper, or maybe it was a US newspaper, something like that, that ended up doing an investigation and then, you know, kind of really blowing the whole thing with Catholic Church sex scandals and child molestations and stuff. The stuff like that started in about 2002, I think, right around or right after, I would imagine pretty soon after the episode, or no, I'm sorry, just before the episode was aired. So it kind of makes sense. So it really just kind of mirrored real world events, like South Park usually do. But no, I definitely enjoyed this episode, and yeah, total respect for Father Priest now, and please do not crap out your mouths. That's not how digestion works, okay? It doesn't matter even if you're upside down. No matter how food comes in, it's always gonna come out the ass. Although that was a nice little that was a nice little visual for us with you know, talking about, you know, religion and, or not religion, I guess, in a sense, while also crapping out the meth. Yeah. Nice visual, Stone and Parker. Nice visual. I can appreciate that. That's still funny. That's still really funny. So that is all that I've got for this particular episode. Sorry, it was kind of another episode of me rambling on about choice and stuff, but that's a really important it's a really important concept / topic to me. Like, I've always been fascinated by it, so I always feel the need to kind of talk about stuff like that. And trust me, when it comes to choice, there are all different kinds of sides that you can take. There are all different kinds of factions. Sometimes you can be part of one or many, but whatever. I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna end the review there. Thank you for listening to me ramble on again about choice. So I hope you've enjoyed this review and the respective reaction, and as usual, until the next video, guys, check you laters. What up, guys? Otterpop here, and this is going to be the review video for... hold up, there we go. Review video for South Park Season 6, Episode 9, Free Hat. I just, like, tried to say that in 2 different ways at the same time, and I'm not entirely sure why I did that. Anyways, if you want to watch the reaction, that's going to be, the link for that is going to be down in the description below. Otherwise, you can just listen to me talk for just a little bit. Probably won't be terribly long. I don't think I have a lot to say, but honestly, even I never know sometimes. This particular episode starts out with the boys, which at this point now includes Tweak, don't know how long that will last though, who are basically at the movie theater watching a re-release of George Lucas's, or Lucasfilms, one of the two, of Star Wars. I think it was The Empire Strikes Back, but the effects are just so different, and the boys consider it bad, and they're just like, well, we don't want to see, you know, directors and creators like Steven Spielberg and George Lucas just re-releasing all their movies like over and over again with just different effects to, you know, make them politically correct, or, you know, because of new technology or something like that. And so they decide to start a group that's like, protect films from the directors and stuff. And, Cartman is like, oh no, we gotta put free hat on there because then more people are gonna show up. Which kind of works, but not the way that they intended. It's not a free hat that people are expecting, like, a hat like that you put on your head. No, the people that come, which there's probably about hundreds of them, they think means free hat, like free this guy named Hat from prison who turns out to be this, like, white trash baby killer or something like that named Cat McCullough? Or, I don't exactly remember how to say the last name, or how they said it, but it was something along those lines. So the boys are like, sure, let's just do both. Why not? So the boys end up going on this sort of national TV program to kind of, explain not really the method behind their madness, but try to explain why films should be protected from directors wanting to remake and re-release them or some nonsense like that. And guess who decides to show up is George Lucas and Steven Spielberg. And when Kyle mentioned something about, changing Raiders of the Lost Ark kind of by accident, Lucas and Spielberg are kind of like, ooh, we could do that. So the boys decide to sneak into George Lucas's house to get the original film for Raiders of the Lost Ark, but are caught. But Tweak manages to escape, thankfully. At least, at the time, I was actually thinking, how did Tweak escape, of all people? Tweak. So Tweak tries to get help from the rest of the adults who are still mistaking, free hat. But, they're more focused on trying to free Hat McCullough, whatever his name is. So Tweak's like, okay, I guess I'm gonna have to do everything by myself, which even as stressed as he was, he still managed to bring a friggin' bazooka, but couldn't actually fire it. And I was just like, damn it, Tweak, that was your moment. I mean, for a moment he shined in front of his friends. So Tweak ends up captured, and eventually the new Raiders of the Lost Ark is kind of premiered, but Stan is like, no, look away, it's gonna be absolutely horrible. And of course, as it starts playing, it's like, oh, it's actually horrible. Well, it's almost like the screen or the movie actually comes to life and ends up killing everybody who's watching it, except for the boys, because they were smart, they didn't watch, but everybody just all of a sudden dies. And the boys are like, oh, well, I'm glad that's over. Back in South Park, the boys end up being congratulated, and the boys are like, yeah, we stopped Lucas and Spielberg, go us. But it turns out that they're actually being congratulated for, able to start the revolution and helping get Hat McCullough released from prison. And I'm just like, the ridiculous methods that they employed actually worked somehow, and this baby killer is basically free from prison now. Great. And then the boys are wondering, oh, well, did what we do even matter? But Stan is trying to be optimistic, like, well, maybe it'll matter later. Maybe. But I mean, there's not really much else they can do, frankly. Now, this particular episode had a little bit of like a pretty understandable story or parody or whatever you want to call it that I actually kind of understood, since we're kind of in that point now, because, there were plenty of movies back then that were kind of re-released with some new edits and stuff, and especially with, I think it was Spielberg's, E.T., which I think had a re-release on its 20th anniversary with some, new edits and stuff. And same with George Lucas's original Star Wars trilogy, which was, I don't remember when it was, a decade or two or something after the original, where the original trilogy was re-released with new sounds and new edits and stuff like that. And while some of the edits were understandable, most of them were criticized by fans and critics hard. Which, I mean, I wouldn't exactly know. To be honest, I'm still not even sure if I've seen, for both of those instances, E.T. and the original Star Wars trilogy, I don't know if I've seen the edited version or the original version. It's possible I've seen both and just haven't no, maybe. I don't know. I haven't seen any of those movies in a really long time, so I actually couldn't say for sure. But still kind of hits hard even nowadays, because the same thing is kind of happening even like 17, 18 years after this episode was first released, where there's been a couple of reboots, but more than anything, there's been plenty of remakes as well. Or, well, yeah, some reboots as well. But mostly remakes, especially with, you guys know it, Disney. Disney has been doing a lot of live-action remakes of some of our favorite animated classics. Beauty and the Beast, Cinderella, although that was a little bit earlier in the works, The Jungle Book, The Lion King. I know that there's a couple of others that I'm forgetting, but I can't exactly think of it right now. And I'll be completely honest, I love Disney. I love the original animated classics. It's the stuff that I grew up with. That was my shit. That was my thing. But I don't care really much for the new live-action remakes. I really don't. And a lot of those live-action remakes are kind of geared towards my generation, and kind of the generation below me. And I'm pretty sure I've mentioned all of this in my commentary during the reaction, but I wanted to reiterate it because I do not like them. I don't want to watch them. Like, even when the first trailers for Aladdin were coming out pretty recently, and I was just like, no, just no. Like, yes, even if Robin Williams had, which I'm not even sure he would have done that for live action. Like, even if he were still alive, he probably still might not have done that. And like, I don't know, the stories just aren't the same. The characters don't quite have the same depth that they did in the original classics, and it's just not the same. Remakes usually don't end up turning out very well, and like, sometimes re-releases of certain stories, with updated technology as it's coming out, like, those, like, some of the little changes can be understandable, but more often than not, it's just, there's no point in doing it. And like, don't get me wrong, I love Lucas and Spielberg films. I really do like those. But they do sometimes have a bit of a habit of re-releasing with, like, new effects or some stuff like that, which, again, is understandable, but at the same time, it's really not. Although it was kind of funny, I was reading how Spielberg was like, now that I must have really gotten somewhere if I'm being introduced in South Park as basically a villain, which basically it kind of implied that he was kind of happy with representation, and he's probably like, well, it wouldn't surprise me if he would admit, like, well, this depiction is actually maybe a slight bit accurate, so yeah. Because it kind of is. Because, sometimes these remakes, they do and don't turn out well. More often than not, in my opinion at least, they don't turn out very well, because they're remakes, they're reboots, they're just not as good as the originals. And again, sometimes I can understand why they might employ a couple of changes, but most of the time I usually don't. I mean, even with, like, it's not exactly the same instance, but it kind of reminded me of it. How in the Alien franchise, there was, like, back then there was all this clunky technology, or I think in, like, the 3 original Alien movies, there was all this clunky, like, 80s technology of what they imagined as future sci-fi kind of technology, and that was kind of cool. But how in, what was it, like, Prometheus, which was released in I want to say 2013, but I could be wrong. But how in that, even though Prometheus was set in time before the original Alien trilogy, the technology looked a lot newer, and it's like, did nobody think this through? Like, and I don't even care for the Alien movies, but it was something that, I kind of noticed. Like, I watch Cinema Wins, I watch Cinema Sins, I watch reviews of all different kinds of movies, and, I watch games that are based off of movies, and, stuff like that. Like, I know a thing or two, but it seems a bit weird, doesn't it? Like, how did no one take this into consideration? Yes, we have the upgraded technology. Maybe we can have the upgraded technology to make it look like clunky technology from back then with just a better resolution or something like it's almost like they didn't even try. It's almost like they didn't even kind of try. And again, some effects from some of the movies, even horror in particular, from, like, the 70s, 80s, 90s, it looks far different from some of the horror techniques that people are different from some of the CGI horror fantasy techniques that people employ in movies nowadays, but it yeah. In my personal opinion, if you try and remake or reboot like a movie or a franchise, you gotta make, like, whether or not you have the advanced technology to make it look better, you at least have to put some heart and thought into it. Like, that's always my thought with remakes and reboots. And granted, I don't necessarily watch a lot of them. More often than not, I try to avoid them because, you know, partially because eventually I hear about how usually not good they were, didn't capture the spirit of the original, because more often than not, they don't. They don't quite capture the spirit of the original. That's just unfortunately how it is. And it's irritating. But if you're gonna do a remake or a reboot, or, like, again, I kind of mentioned this with me, because, you know, movies are a form of art, kind of like Kyle pointed out, and that immediately made me start thinking about me, and I'm like, well, I've been working on the same damn Wolf comic for like 7 years now, and that is actually no joke. Actually, at this point, it's approaching 7.5 years. But, you know, the original 17-page prologue I did in grayscale, and that's when I was just kind of starting out with art. But recently I decided to redo the pages because my style has changed drastically. I understand, you know, shading and proportions and stuff better, so I'm like, how about I redo the prologue to kind of, you know, update it like, that's kind of the same thing. But again, I'm not saying that all redos and remakes and reboots, I'm not saying that they're all bad. But more often than not, they're not as good and they don't capture the original heart and spirit of the original material. Jeez. But, you know, I feel like even with my comic, with some of the updated prologue pages that I've done so far, I've been able to make it look so much better. And I'm actually really happy with that. Again, it is possible, but you just have to make sure to capture the spirit and the heart of the original material that you're working with. Whether it's art or movies or music or something like that. Like, music is actually a great example too. There are plenty of remakes of all different kinds of songs out there, and, you know, some of them are pretty good and some of them are not so good. Like, Sound of Silence is always one that I think about. I can't remember who the original artist for Sound of Silence was. Actually, I'm gonna look that up real quick. Okay, I feel like I should have remembered this. The original Sound of Silence was by Simon and Garfunkel, who I don't know a lot of their music, but I am familiar with a couple of their works. But the original was done by them, but then this like hard rock or metal type band Disturbed did a remake of it, I want to say in the early 2010s, and holy crap, I'm not saying that the original or Disturbed's version is necessarily better, but Disturbed definitely it turns the formula completely on its head while still holding true to the original material, but just kind of creating something new with it. Because again, stuff like that, remakes, remasters, they are definitely possible. Like, games do remasters all the time, like, plenty of Naughty Dog games, I believe, and I feel like there's another video game company that does remasters a lot, but I can't think of what it is right now. But, again, stuff like that is possible, but you just need to, like, you know, I keep saying it, I keep repeating myself over and over again, but I do mean what I say. You need to capture that heart and spirit that made people love the original so much. Like, don't just necessarily needlessly change anything, like, especially with stuff like, you know, Raiders of the Lost Ark and, you know, E.T. and the original Star Wars trilogy. There's a reason that they're loved so much, then there's a reason that they're classics, that, yeah, there's a reason for it. So there's really no need to go around and change that material, you know. So, what's the word I'm looking for? I can't seem to find my words today, but I think you guys get the point, more or less. I cannot believe that this review has lasted as long as it had. I even said this review is probably not going to be as long as some of the others. Surprise! I turned out to be wrong. But yes, personally, from me, that was my takeaway from the episode. Maybe you guys had a slightly different takeaway, but that was at least my takeaway, so I'm glad I was able to do that. Now, I need to pause and stop talking for a little bit because I can already feel it in my voice just a little bit. My voice is starting to get a little bit strained, I think. I have been doing a lot of talking lately, so that's okay. I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to end it here, I'm going to take a break, maybe do something else, who knows, I don't know what I'll do yet. But thank you for watching this review, I hope you've enjoyed it, and the reaction as well. And as usual, until the next video guys, check you laters. I had to think about that for a moment. What up guys, Otterpop here, and today I'm going to be reviewing South Park Season 6, Episode 10. However, before I start that, as usual, the link to the reaction is going to be down in the description below, so if you want to go ahead and watch that, then go ahead. But if you want to listen to me rant, I don't know about rant, but you never know, then that is absolutely fine. So, to start off, wait, did I already say what the episode was called? Crap, I can't even remember. Whatever. It is called Bebe's Boobs Destroyed. I can't even say it right. Bebe's Boobs Destroyed. Hold on, I'll get it right eventually. Bebe's Boobs. Why is this so hard? Bebe's You Know What Destroy Society is what the episode is called. I almost started laughing again, but I caught myself, only because I didn't say the entire thing right. So after 2 weeks of, basically, break time for the school, since, Miss 4th grade ended up dying in the previous episode, the Simpsons already did it. Or, no, that wasn't the previous episode, but it was an earlier episode. After Miss 4th grade died, the kids finally returned to school, and about a week beforehand, Bebe apparently had her chest grew a little bit, so she had, little teeny tiny breasts. And the boys started taking notice of this, and they started, thinking her, really cool and stuff, and praising everything that she did. Again, pretty much, and they couldn't figure out why, but pretty much just because she had a more noticeable chest, which Wendy is eventually getting pretty jealous of. But just as the boys are starting to go all goo-goo-eyed over her and they don't even know why, the girls are starting to plot against her, or not really plot against her, but kind of, making insults toward her from behind her back. And at this point, Bebe still doesn't entirely know why. But eventually, the boys boys as in B-O-Y-S, apostrophe, boys, as soon as their attention, or no, not attention. Basically, the boys keep trying to fight for her attention, or for her to kind of, hang out with them and stuff, and eventually they start turning into cavemen, like, kind of literal cavemen, just making grunting sounds at each other, like, I might have done that a little too well. Bebe tries to ask a doctor for some breast reduction surgery because she eventually figures out, oh no, these are my boobs that are doing this, I want to get them reduced, which the doctor's like, but that's insane, you can't make them smaller, and Bebe is really angry by that, understandably. On the flip side of it, Wendy, who's starting to get a lot more jealous of the attention that, Bebe's been getting, including by her boyfriend Stan, who I didn't even realize that they were, boyfriend-girlfriend at this point, starts getting jealous, wait, I just said that, and is, going to the same doctor like, yeah, I want to get bigger boobs. I got $3,000. Done. And of course, because the boys are starting to act all, crazy and cavemen-like, their grades start slipping a little bit, so Randy and Sharon end up having, well, mostly Randy, end up having a quick talk with Stan about how, he's discovered boobs. And so they try to explain to him that, what was it again? Randy is basically saying how, you meet one pair of boobs, and then you meet another pair of boobs, and then another and another, but eventually you'll find that one pair that you want to marry, which he motions to Sharon, and it's like, really sweet between them, but it's still just, it's still just a weird, sort of conversation to have with your kid. But then Randy's like, so, breasts are not everything. No need to be obsessed, basically. And it doesn't really snap Stan out, but it was a nice little moment from Randy, because it was weirdly adorable, weirdly adorable, when he was, talking to Stan about this. Anyways, Bebe starts to discover that, oh no, her breasts are, talking to one another, conspiring to take over the world and make men miserable or something. And she's like, okay, I gotta fix this problem right now. So, she goes back to school, and she's got a box over her chest, which basically snaps all the boys right out of it. And then Stan decides to basically tell the entire class what he remembered learning from his dad about, we don't have to be obsessed with breasts, it's just not right. And then Wendy comes into the classroom with pretty big honkers. And she's basically laughed at. Yeah. Luckily, this episode did not really reference any specific, like, event or something like that, but more kind of, it was an allegory, at the same time made fun of the way that, you know, this particular episode didn't relate to any specific event or anything, so it was a lot clearer of a picture for me to focus in on, to hone in on and understand. But it basically, it was almost like a sort of allegory, but at the same time, it totally made fun of, you know, society or men's, however you want to put it, fascination and even obsession sometimes with women's breasts. Like, it's pretty self-explanatory. That's all there is to it. And I think I mentioned this a little bit in my reaction of the episode, where, like, you know, at almost some point in almost every male individual's life, they're gonna discover boobs or breasts, however you want to put it. They're gonna discover that, and their eyes are gonna be opened, not like some kind of sage wisdom kind of eye-opening, but just kind of, it's gonna open up their world's new possibilities, because again, men and women are very different in terms of the physical aspects, and, you know, women more often than not have something that men want, but, you know, vice versa, the same can also be said. And this isn't me, like, you know, over-sexualizing any particular gender or making fun of anything like that. I personally, like, I know that it exists. I personally have never felt anything like that because I'm asexual, but I understand that it does exist out there. Like, it's just how we are. But society or men, I don't know, whichever one. Maybe it could be one or the other. Maybe it could even be both. How they're just so fascinated with, you know, the figure of women from time to time, and especially once maybe young men start discovering, or that, you know, women, you know, are starting to have larger chests or bigger booties or something like that. I don't exactly know, but again, I know that it exists. And I'm pretty sure that a lot of male individuals out there can say that, you know, they've probably been fascinated with women physiology or females physiology at some point. You know, whether it was like, you know, 10 years ago and they're still fascinated. Maybe it was a period of, like, you know, 6 months or something when they had a girlfriend. Who knows? Like, who knows? But there's always that point where somebody is fascinated, but this episode totally made fun of that. Because again, once the boys figured out, well, they didn't know why they were so fascinated, but once they started thinking that Bebe was cool and stuff, they started turning into cavemen, like literal cavemen. Started, like, you know, fighting each other and stuff. Stan ended up coming out on top kind of a couple of times, but it was clear he was the alpha of the mix. Don't know why it was Stan of all people, but it was Stan of all people. But all the boys started turning into cavemen. Token, Clyde, even Cartman and Timmy. Like, holy moly, I wasn't exactly expecting it. But, again, it was all because that Bebe's chest was a little bit bigger. It was so funny. But another thing that was really interesting about this episode, too, was the fact that, you know, it was the boys who were starting to, you know, descend into caveman days, and all because of what happened. And it's all a bunch of male characters that are turning into cavemen because of one of the secondary female characters of the South Park cast. But how was an adult male who ended up getting through, kind of, sorta, to one of the said younger male members of South Park, that boobs aren't everything. Which, you know, is absolutely true. I'd have to agree with that. Like, figure is not everything. It can certainly, you know, like, there are people that are attracted to certain kinds of people. Like, you know, I've known plenty of people where, you know, they have, like, a type of person, whether it's, you know, usually more often than not, it's physically. Like, there are plenty of people that are attracted to one another physically, or attracted to types physically, whether it's, you know, larger bodies, you know, more pronounced curves, or, you know, something like that. That's just how society is, and in a way, that's how, conversely, that's how individual people are. Like, we are all generally going after the same thing, but at the same time, we're all going after very different things. Like, it just is what it is. Granted, I wouldn't exactly know. I don't have a type. Like, you look at all 5 of my boyfriends, and yes, I'm on number 5. Wow, great. But you look at all 5 of my boyfriends, none of them look alike in any way whatsoever. Because I was never attracted to any physical aspect of any of them. Like, seriously, I had one who would, who would often wear a cowboy hat and, cowboy boots, like, and I'm being serious about this. He didn't have a southern accent or anything, but he was definitely that sort of southern mannered type, I guess you could say. And then another one, he was freaking African American. He was like, super tall, or not super tall, but he was like tall and skinny. Even my current one, he's like over 6 feet tall, and he's got, like ginger hair. Like, again, I have no type. Physically speaking, I have no type. The only similarity is that all of their names have started with the letter A, and I'm not even kidding about that. All 5 of their names have started with the letter A, and they were all completely different names. Seriously. But no, whoever our type is, whoever we're specifically, like, looking for, even if we're unconsciously looking for and don't even it's called unconscious for a reason. Even if we're unconsciously looking for it, like, in a way, we're all still after the same thing when we're looking at, people, including when plenty of men out there are looking at particular women. The fascination with the chests of women has, I don't know, I feel like it's existed for just a really long time for whatever reason. Like, it's not really even that functional. It's more aesthetic than anything else, especially at this point. Like, I have a feeling that in the caveman days, just having big breasts might have been a little bit of a detriment, because that probably could have caused some back problems eventually, but at this point, plenty of people like to get them larger and whatnot. I personally don't understand that. I can't imagine what that would friggin' feel like, but it's just something that a lot of people, like, sometimes even other women, but, other men tend to be, like, really interested in. And it's kind of funny how this episode made fun of that. Like, it was so plainly obvious. Like, as soon as like, Bebe was in the room and the other boys started looking at her, I'm like, oh, this is the way the episode is gonna go. This is the way the episode is gonna go. Gotcha. Yeah, no, pretty obvious. Sorry, I tend to go on rants sometimes, and I kinda don't always mean to, but I kinda don't mind at the same time. It's called a review for a reason. So, I gotta get my thoughts out there on some of this stuff. This was actually a review that I could do without really doing any research whatsoever, because it was pretty clear and cut. And it's not always so clear and cut for me. Or at least when it does, even if it doesn't reference a specific event or person or something like that, it's not always clear cut for me. But no, this was pretty clear and cut for me, so. But my favorite moment of the episode definitely has to be where Randy was trying to teach Stan about not to be obsessed with women's chests or anything like that, and good on you, Randy. It was so great. If you don't know what I'm talking about, seriously, go watch my reaction. Watch what happens when Randy has the conversation with Stan. Just my face and my reaction afterwards, and how I'm talking a little bit about it. Totally worth it. Anyways, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna end that review there. So thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed the review and the reaction. And as usual, until the next video, guys, check you laters. What up, guys? Otterpop here, and today, or right now, whatever, I'm going to review South Park Season 6, Episode 11, Child Abduction is Not Funny. So if you're looking for the reaction, the link is going to be down in the description below, but if you're looking for the review, you've come to the right place. Quick recap of the episode. I have to think about that for a moment. Wow. Brain fart. The episode opens up with Tweak, who is finding out on the news about a bunch of, like, school shootings and kidnappings and stuff like that, and gets freaked out, and so, he's starting to get, super paranoid about everything and everyone he comes across in town, and is almost abducted by an abductor himself, who is posing as the god of human kindness. Whatever the frick that means. So, of course, the parents are starting to freak out about, the child kidnappings and stuff, so they ask the, I think he's like the cashier or something, of the City Walk restaurant. He's, what is it? I just looked it up, hold on. Mr. Lou Kim is what his name is, okay. So his name is, Lou Kim, and the adults and the parents basically pressure him into building a great wall around South Park, and he initially doesn't want to really do anything because he doesn't want to play into the stereotype, but he eventually relents, so there's that. But, once the Great Wall is finished, there are some Mongols on horses that basically come to try and, well, they don't try, they succeed in tearing down parts of the wall, forcing Mr. Liu Kim to constantly having to rebuild it. Like, sometimes it's, using a flaming fireball to stave off I think it was a heat-seeking missile, because, the ball was on fire. And then, using a Trojan horse and stuff, but they keep breaking down the wall, but they don't actually invade or anything like that. And I was thinking to myself, there's gotta be a good reason for that. There's gotta. I mean, it didn't hit me at the time, but by the end of it, it was kind of almost obvious. Sort of. Not entirely, but kind of. Eventually, though, the parents start seeing all kinds of news reports about the most likely people to abduct children are their own parents, and so the parents decide to basically release them into the wild and send them off who knows where. And I should have seen this coming, but the children end up with the Mongols and they learn the language and stuff. But again, all of it's only a few days. So eventually, the kids and the Mongols come together, they break the wall one more time together, and the parents are like, "Children, come back to us. Home. Come." And the children are like, "Jesus Christ. You guys are idiots. It's only been a few days," or something like that. But eventually, the kids end up returning home, and it's like, oh, the Mongols were the good guys all along, because they were trying to take down the wall in an effort to unite everybody and not keep the South Park residents closed off from the world or something like that. And I guess the lesson by the end of it learned is that, we shouldn't be keeping ourselves in a wall and just, letting news and stuff control our lives or tell us everything, or, how to do everything or stuff like that. And, but the kids, especially Stan's reactions, she's just like, "Oh my god, our parents are dumb, but this is something else." And frankly, I kind of agree. So over the course of the episode, there are these, slight racist connotations, especially with Mr. Liu Kim, and, him asked to be the one to put up the Great Wall, and, he's not trying to get into the stereotype, but he ends up kind of semi-buying into the stereotype anyways. And, he's like, every time these fucking Mongolians, every time we build a wall, the Mongolians keep destroying it, or something like that. I don't exactly know, but yeah, I can't deny how amusing it was. Like, I don't really know what it was about it, but it was just really funny how he was just playing into the stereotype, and every time he spoke, he kept like complaining about the Mongolians, and especially at the end when the mayor was like, he was like, "Oh no, you're not about to say what I think you're about to say, Mayor. Tear down wall." Mr. Liu Kim, God damn it! That was basically how it went. It was just too funny. It was too funny to not laugh at, really. But the major idea that I kind of got throughout this episode was something I kind of picked up on pretty early on in the episode, which, at least in South Park, is a little bit unusual for me. But it was just picking up on the fact that, adults and society in general will kind of almost believe whatever news that they hear. I think I mentioned it briefly in my reaction episode part thing video as well, but how lost my train of thought. Yes, how, like, in terms of, like, newspapers and TV news networks and stuff, I'm not really a fan of a lot of them. I'm not immediate to trust them. Not to say that every single one of them is untrustworthy, but more often than not, news stories, stations, whatever, are just trying to get the story first and push it out first, and maybe even on occasion, it depends on the network or company, is trying to push out, I guess, their version of the story without having all of the evidence or information kind of thing, which it's something that happens, but I feel like it's something that happens a lot more lately. But especially, I suppose, around this time that this South Park episode was released, how people are more likely at least to maybe, like, say 100 years ago, just believe all of the news that they're immediately told. I mean, I suppose the same could have been said for, 50, 100, 200 years ago. Like, people might believe easily something somebody else might say, but it's just become a lot more, not really prevalent, but noticeable in society nowadays, where we just hear news or read the news, and we're just inclined to believe it almost readily, like without even, thinking about it too much. That's not everybody and that's not every news, but just in general, it just seems to happen a lot. And that's, again, something that I was noticing throughout the entirety of the South Park episode. As soon as the news came on and there was something about, child kidnappers are more likely to be somebody that you know. Oh, child kidnappers are more likely to be the parents. And the parents were automatically believing all this stuff without even, taking a moment to think for themselves. And, because here's the thing, and kind of like it was pointed out a little bit at the end of the episode, bad shit happens. There are wars, there are abductions that happen, there are school shootings, and there are tragedies that happen all over the world all the time, whether it's, as minor as, one person killing another, or not minor, but small, I guess, or as major as a terrorist bombing or something like that. Bad shit happens. It's always going to happen, but and I can't exactly explain it, but for some reason our minds are wired to just immediately grab for the negative events that are happening around the world because they're almost easier to process in the same way that almost human emotion works. This is coming a little bit out of personal experience, so there might be a little bit bias on my part, but again, that's why this is a review. There's a reason I mention this, but I, as an individual, was more inclined to take the negative side of things in terms of my emotional state, especially years ago. I was more into, I guess in a way, a little bit of self-deprecation and, feeling that nobody really cared about me kind of thing. Mostly unconscious thoughts that I kind of pushed down and just didn't really do much with. Because it's easy, negative stuff, or stuff with negative connotation, is easy. It's just, think about it. Here's a great analogy. It takes, hold on, let's see if I can remember these numbers correctly. This is gonna take me a moment. Whatever, I can't exactly remember, the exact numbers or anything like that, but in general, it takes almost twice as many muscles to smile than it does to frown. It's just so easy to frown, but it takes more effort to smile. And the same thing can almost be said of emotions or society. It's easy to take in those negative emotions and the negative events and just kind of accept them and just deal with them, but it takes actual effort to either do something about it, to do something positive, to and again, I speak from a scientific and logical point of view, but also a personal point of view as well, because I remember having those times. I was such a pessimist for so long, but it took me so long to actually become a bit of an optimist. Well, technically I consider myself an optimistic realist, so a bit of a fine line. But the point being is that it's easy to just accept the world as it is and to be fearful of it, to be fearful of abductors and kidnappers and, terrorists and gunmen and stuff. It's easy to just give in to the fear and the negative emotion behind all that, but it takes effort to be positive and even just to realize that the stuff is going to happen, but I'm not going to let it affect me and I'm not going to let it control my life. The same way that the South Park adults eventually realized we're not going to let the news and the media tell us everything to do. Not saying that the news and media is a negative thing necessarily, but it's not always a helpful thing to have, especially nowadays. That's just my personal opinion though. But eventually the South Park adults realized that, it's time to be friendly with one another, to unite, and, to be positive despite everything else that's going on, because, we have control over our actions, and that's pretty much it. We can't really control anybody else's actions. To a big extent that's pretty true, but, we can't control anybody else's actions, but we can control our reactions to everything. So we can be, positive and uplifting about everything instead of being fearful of it. And, the kids throughout the episode didn't really understand much what was going on. Why would they? How could they? They're freaking 8-year-olds. But at the same time, they also understood everything because they knew that their parents were being irrational and, out of control in a sense. They weren't thinking clearly. Seriously, they really weren't thinking clearly. They just let their kids loose into the wild. What parent does that? Who does that? Whatever. But anyways, that is absolutely my take on the episode. That's kind of what I got from it, and maybe that's probably why I kind of got the initial idea of the episode, because in a way I kind of resonated with it. Not specifically in the way that the South Park episode was presenting it, but similar enough that I kind of connected with it in a sense. So, yeah. Again, I do apologize for going on some of these rants. Some of these are just my opinions, and it's like half opinion, half review kind of thing. But these are just my opinions. You can all believe whatever you want, but I figured I'd kind of put my opinions out there. It's because it's interesting, looking at some of these South Park episodes and how relevant that some of them can be, even like 20 years later. It's absolutely crazy. But anyways, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna end that review there. Maybe watch another episode. We'll see what happens. I am getting a little bit hungry, so maybe I'll worry about that first. But thank you all for Thank you all for watching. I hope you've enjoyed the reaction and this review, and as usual, until the next video, guys, check you laters. What up, guys? Otterpop here, and welcome to the review for South Park Season 6, Episode 12, A Ladder to Heaven. Now, if you haven't seen the reaction but want to, the link is going to be down in the description below, but otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and start with the review. So, a quick recap of the episode is that the three boys, being Stan, Kyle, and Cartman, are they've been called on like the radio or TV, whatever it was, because they won a prize for a candy store. Basically, it's like an all-you-can-eat buffet, but candy store style or something like that. But they need the ticket stub in order to claim their prize. But they're like, we don't know where the ticket stub is, until they remember, oh wait, Kenny had it. And so they try and find his body and his remains and all, but his remains have been cremated. But the boys don't even know what cremation is, so they end up stealing his urn of ashes, but they don't realize, again, what cremating or ashes are or anything like that. And Cartman thinks it's chocolate milk powder. So he basically puts the ashes and, milk and stuff and basically drinks it all. But then he starts having visions. He doesn't realize it at first, but he starts having visions of when Kenny was alive, from Kenny's perspective. And I'm just like, okay, this episode took a turn I wasn't expecting. But knowing that Kenny is the one who has the ticket stub, they're like, okay, well, we need to go to heaven to try and get the ticket stub from him, or find out where it is, or something like that. So they start building a ladder to heaven. But of course, the adults, being the adults in South Park, they think that the boys just want to see their dead friends, so they're like, oh, that's so sad. And eventually the news catches on about this, and everybody starts knowing about this, including the Japanese, who start building their own ladder to heaven. And, using a crap ton of technology. I mean, the boys are doing pretty good, but Japanese and their technology, it's in like outer space or something. It's friggin' nonsense is what it is. Anyway, the US government takes suspicious photos of some clouds and seagulls and stuff about potentially Saddam Hussein, who is in heaven, who I completely forgot was in heaven now and not in hell anymore, thanks to a previous episode. But the US government believes that Saddam Hussein is building weapons of mass destruction out there, and they're like, we need to build our own ladder to heaven so that we can bomb heaven, basically. Yeah, great logic there. Of course, by now, Cartman is starting to realize that basically anytime he's kind of hit in the head, he's seeing visions, he's seeing Kenny's visions, or Kenny's memories from when Kenny was alive, including seeing, that when he had the ticket stub on him, put it in his coat pocket, but then put it in a little box. And I initially thought we were going to go a little bit more into that, but no, apparently the boys just found the box and found the ticket stub off screen. They went to the candy store, and after they got a crap ton of candy, they eventually, not really confessed, but kind of revealed to their parents and adults and stuff that, well, it was never about wanting to see Kenny because he's dead. He had the ticket stub, and everybody, well, mostly the parents, are kind of just like, wait, what? That's why? That's why? And eventually, of course, the entire message by the end of it was kind of something along the lines of, we can't, heaven is here and now, and we gotta create our own heaven and stuff like that, which I didn't fully understand. Like, normally I get kind of the messages that they're going for, but this time I was like, ooh, I don't know. but there are two major final scenes that were revealed afterward. The first being that Saddam Hussein is actually building weapons of mass destruction in heaven with the unintentional help of the Mormons. I'm not entirely sure if they're willingly helping him or not. But the second being that, like, it's possible that, like, Kenny's soul may now be in Cartman's body since Cartman drank his ashes, or something like that, which could be, again, like, the whole idea of that could be open to interpretation. My interpretation of that entire general final scene is, because again, Kenny's been gone for the entirety of the season, and for a bunch of episodes, the Butters, jeez, was kind of their fourth man, but then Tweak was... Actually, come to think of it, Tweak wasn't even in this episode. Huh. Why did I just notice that? But anyways, it was Butters, it was Tweak after a whole competition of trying to, you know, find a fourth man. Even Bebe was like their fourth, well, technically it was like, you know, Stan, Kyle, Bebe, and Tweak for a little while, or for a small segment of an episode, and, you know, stuff like that. But it's been going back and forth on, oh my gosh, who was in the group of four? Where was I going again? Oh right, I remember. But for a majority of the season thus far, they've basically been without Kenny. And only now, kinda sorta towards the end of the season, they're kind of bringing it up again, like bringing like him up to a much bigger extent than has been previously. And now there's the idea suggesting that Kenny's soul or something like that, or it might be just his memory still, but it could also be his soul as well, is trapped inside Cartman's body, which leads me to interpret that there's going to be more about this in future episodes, specifically future episodes of this season. Whether it's all of them or just a couple of them, maybe the last one, I don't exactly know. But at least one of the next episodes, at least, and possibly even at least two of them as well, could have a little bit more of a focus on Kenny. Or at least the boys' relationship with Kenny. Because again, in a previous Season 6 episode, I kind of hypothesized that the boys were subconsciously wrecked by the fact that Kenny was gone, because it's always been just the four of them. Then it was Butters and Tweak and then kind of Bebe, but it just went all over the freaking place. But my hypothesis rather, was that the boys were subconsciously wrecked, and that would probably get explored in a later episode. And it wasn't really explored in this episode, but the ending leads me to believe that that exploration could still happen. Especially with the sort of strange revelation by the end of the episode with, you know, Cartman and, you know, Kenny's ashes and, oh, maybe Kenny's soul is still alive somehow, or something like that. But what also really strikes me as interesting is the fact that, you know, because, yes, Kenny, we saw Kenny through, you know, Cartman seeing memories of Kenny, but other than that, Kenny was not in there once, not even as a brief, like, cameo or something like that, because there was Heaven for a little bit, but, you know, like, other in, like, flashbacks or memories, Kenny was not present a single instance in this entire episode, which I'm not entirely sure why, but it really strikes me as interesting. Now, unfortunately, that's really kind of all I have to say. I can't really think of a better way to interpret the episode, because there's really no good way for me to interpret the episode, because I didn't really see much of an interpretation or review, personally at least, but there is some theorizing and hypothesizing for future episodes. That's the only reason that this episode probably interested me as much as it did. So, yeah. But yes, as far as I'm concerned, I really don't have anything else in relation to this episode, other than it opens up some more questions and interpretations for future episodes, which actually makes me kind of excited for some of the next South Park episodes, but it's gonna have to wait because it's already pretty late and I still have a little bit of editing other videos to do, so I'm gonna worry about that first, I would say. But, Sorry this review was so short, but, you know, others have probably been a little longer and a little more interesting, and maybe this one was a little bit interesting in a different way, though, because again, I'm more talking about the implications this has for future episodes, not this episode specifically, or even necessarily past episodes. But anyways, thank you for watching. I hope you've, found this review and the reaction interesting, even though they weren't quite as in-depth as some of my other reactions and reviews. But thank you all for watching, and as usual, until the next video, guys, check you laters. What up, guys? Otterpop here, and this is going to be the review for South Park Season 6, Episode 13, The Return of the Fellowship of the Ring to the Two Towers. I'm pretty sure I got that right. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got that right. Yes, I did get that right. So, as usual, if you want to watch the reaction, go ahead and find that down in the link in the description below. But if you want to listen to the review, then that is totally fine. So, yeah, a pretty basic synopsis of this episode is that the boys, and by boys I mean Stan, Kyle, and Cartman, have basically recently watched Lord of the Rings: The Fellowship of the Ring, and now they're starting to play. They're starting to basically do an RPG. Basically, is what it is. Which, actually, no, I'm gonna get into that point later. Anyways, the boys have Fellowship of the Ring, and they are basically told by Stan's parents, okay, time to bring it over to Butters, so that he can watch it, and so they're like, oh, we are on a quest, so we are going to bringeth this VHS tapeth is to the House of Butters, or whatever. It was a lot funnier than what the hell I just did right there. But, and of course, while they're on their little quest, Stan's parents, Randy and Sharon, are like, oh, we have this pornographic VHS, oops, and then they put it in, but they discover that it's been switched with Lord of the Rings. So they have Lord of the Rings, and the boys end up having a pretty crazy pornographic video. And of course they bring it to Butters, but nobody is aware of what's been going on. Of course, why would they? Why would they be aware of what's been going on? So, the boys deliver it to Butters. Butters starts to watch it on his own because his parents are doing taxes or whatever. And Butters starts getting a little bit aroused, I think, by the pornographic thing, which he still doesn't realize what it is. And I'm just like, why does it have to be Butters? Okay, no. No. First talking about the brief recap of the episode, then getting onto my opinions later. So Butters is watching it, and then the boys arrive and they're like, no, my dad asked me to go on a quest to return it, so he does, and then Butters starts acting a little bit like Gollum from Lord of the Rings and be like, no, I want the VHS, my precious, but the boys are like, no, you can't play with us. So they decide to go and try and return it back, but then of course, Stan's parents arrive at Butters' house, but the boys and Butters are no longer there, and then it's Stan's parents explaining to Butters' parents that, no, there's a pornographic tape, but where are the boys? We gotta find them! And then the boys end up running into some 6th graders who discover, oh wait, this is a porno, we gotta watch this, but the boys manage to get away, thankfully. I'm suddenly forgetting what happened next, give me a moment. Actually, I may have slightly messed that up now that I'm actually rewatching the episode for a moment. I actually think that, after just a quick skim, that the boys return the tape to Butters, and then they leave, and then Stan's dad catches up with them, and he's like, no, Stan's dad is like, no, you must retrieve the videotape, it holds a great evil, and so the boys go on a quest to retrieve it from Butters, and then Stan's parents end up going to Butters' parents' house eventually, but again, the boys are all gone by that point, because, the boys are trying to return the videotape now to Stan's parents, but Stan's parents have already gone to Butters' house. I'm confusing myself way more than I need to. But by that point, every one of the other South Park parents, well, or at least, of Cartman, Stan, Kyle, and Butters have basically all rallied together to try and find the boys, and again, the boys end up running into some 6th graders, and, they manage to get away, and by boys, I'm referring to the 3 of them, not including Butters, because they basically kicked him out because he was being weird. I'm not gonna go any further. So the boys end up going to the council, which includes, Clyde and Token, Jimmy and Timmy, and just a whole bunch of other kids, and they're like, apparently this tape holds a great evil and we need to figure out why. So Token ends up volunteering to watch part of the tape to find out why there's something wrong with it. And like, I want to say 2 minutes in or something like that, because that's how much he said he would watch, if I'm recalling correctly. But 2 minutes in, and he just returns, not in cosplay anymore, and he's just like, I'm done playing. I'm out. and so the boys are like, holy crap, this is great evil. We need to return this to the video store. So it's now a combination, not a combination, there's a bit of a new group forming with, or at least for this particular episode, not in general, between Cartman, Stan, Kyle, Jimmy, Clyde, and the kindergartner. I don't exactly remember his name. I don't even know if his name is mentioned. Who cares? But they need to return the video to a place in another in another Colorado town. It's a video store called the Two Towers, hence the name. The Return of the Fellowship of the Ring to the Two Towers. Like, it totally makes more sense. But eventually, Jimmy tries to stay behind and, stave off the now big army of 6th graders that are biking after them. And, he basically gets run over, and Clyde and the kindergartner end up just leaving instead of crossing water over a creek or whatever to avoid the 6th graders. But the parents end up catching up with Jimmy. His dialogue is absolutely hysterical with the parents, who eventually Jimmy tells the parents that the boys are heading to the video store to return the video. Brain fart. The boys finally make it to the tape store, but discover that Butters had basically followed them the entire way, like a typical Smeagol Gollum-esque character. He's starting to look a little disheveled now, as a result. And the boys manage to return the tape to the video store, and they're about to get pounded by a whole army of 6th graders before their parents arrive. And keep in mind, the parents have basically assumed at this point that the kids have been watching or had watched this thing, because they know that Token had and they know that Butters had, but they've been assuming that all their kids had watched this pretty intense pornographic video. And so the parents finally arrive and they start explaining some things to the kids, but then the kids are just like, wow. They just don't even know what to say because they didn't watch it, so they don't know what the frick is going on. But they're still like, what the hell? And then, and by the way, when I said earlier that the boys managed to return the video to the video store, I mean that they basically put it in the drop-off box with Butters clutching it. And that was basically the episode. It was kind of like the previous season 6 episode of The Simpsons already did it. It was a big old parody of, or not really parody, more like a spoof of the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy. I would know. I've seen all of those multiple times, extended editions and everything. I love Lord of the Rings. And this episode perfectly spoofed Lord of the Rings. It was so great. I was noticing every single little connection, every single little event. Like, when the boys had to hide under a tree, and one of the 6th graders came up and, started sniffing around and stuff, I'm like, oh, ring! It's the ring wraith from Fellowship! And I'm like, oh my god, I was recognizing so many things, and then them trying to cross the creek and all, and, Butters following them, or, with them unknowingly or whatever, and, oh my gosh, it was pandemonium. It was sheer pandemonium, and I may have I don't exactly remember if I mentioned it during my reaction or at the end of my reaction, but a big part of why some of these South Park episodes happen is because there's either a misunderstanding or a miscommunication or just plain old stupidity. And there was so much miscommunication, or no, more like misunderstanding, because there was so much assumption, especially on the parents' parts, which isn't really too much of a surprise. The South Park adults either tend to be idiots or tend to assume things that aren't necessarily true. I know that usually kids can have a problem with that. I certainly have a problem with that, but the parents were just assuming for the longest time that all of their kids had seen this pornographic simply because they knew that Butters and Token had. It was was mind-boggling. But it was so funny, especially once the parents started reacting with one another, and especially once the parents started talking about what the porno was. It was like Backdoor Sluts 9 or something like that. And everybody was starting to freak out, like, oh my god, that makes this look like a kid, or I don't exactly know. It was absolutely insane. But there was so much of a misunderstanding and miscommunication, and all the boys were doing were playing a harmless game of Lord of the Rings Quest. That's all they were doing. And then the parents had to go and freaking ruin their entire adventure. And I did a little bit more research, and apparently one of the creators, Trey Parker, had an experience when he was a lot younger where one of the kids in the neighborhood on the street or something ended up with a pornographic VHS, and all the boys like went over to watch it. Whether it was they thought it was a mistake, they thought it was something else, or whether they knew what it was, but they were just apparently all perplexed as they were watching this thing. And apparently Parker was like, you know, too young to get aroused or understand what was really going on, but thought it was funny how friggin' naive and innocent that everybody was when it all happened. And that's a funny story, and that is a hilarious way to integrate that kind of story into an episode like South Park, because it works perfectly. Because stuff like that happens in real life. Stuff like that happens where, you know, you come across something you don't understand as a kid, and then you don't understand until like years later. Like, I've certainly had plenty of experiences like that. Like, I was freaking naive and even an idiot in some topics when I was a lot younger, but got to understand things as I became a lot older. But everybody has those experiences, and it's usually not this extreme, but everybody has those experiences, right? Right? Either way, I'm not entirely sure why, but I absolutely loved this episode. I thought it was so, like, wholesome, even given its extreme nature. The boys were just playing around. They didn't even know what they were getting themselves into. They were doing a pretty solid Lord of the Rings RPG, is basically what they were doing. And then the adults start messing shit up. I mean, granted, yeah, like, Butters and Token saw it, but nobody else had, and frankly, they, in a way, made the situation a lot worse. Randy, unfortunately, made it significantly worse by giving the boys the quest in the first place, rather than simply going over to Butters' house and taking it for themselves, but if they would have done that, it wouldn't have been a South Park episode. So, there is that, because I always keep trying to logic South Park episodes. At this point, I know I shouldn't. I can't. I shouldn't. No, I shouldn't. I really shouldn't. But I do anyways. Because that's just how my brain is wired. That's how my brain has always been wired. I try and logic my way out of things. And I just can't with South Park. It's just because that's not how it's meant to be taken necessarily. But, my gosh. I know that kids have a big bad habit of, you know, assuming stuff. You know what happens when you assume? You make an ass out of you and me. I know that kids definitely have a bad habit of doing that, but to think the adults would have a bad habit of doing that too? Damn. That's just... damn. No. But again, it wouldn't be a South Park episode if that didn't happen. So, yeah, that's basically all this episode was. It was basically a spoof with a bit of a story to go along with it that happened in the childhood of one of the creators. I actually thought that was really funny to read. That was really funny to read about. But yeah, that's basically all it was. And it was a fantastic episode. Got to see some favorites, and that's right, I was going to mention one more thing. Because this is what creates or starts or whatever. It relates to the plot of the first South Park game, The Stick of Truth. It's not really Lord of the Rings. No, it is Lord of the Rings-esque, basically. That's basically what it is. Because the first game is like, you know, Lord of the Rings-ish, and then the second is superheroes, like Marvel and DC type stuff. But this is kind of maybe the start. I don't know if this kind of plot point with them doing Lord of the Rings RPG is going to come up again. It might. It honestly might. If it's the general plot or setting, I guess, of the first game, I'm willing to bet it'll at least come up once or twice more before, the time of the game's release. After the game's release, yeah, I could see it happening. But before the game's release, I would be willing to bet that kind of setting or characterization happens at least once or twice more. I'm willing to bet. I'd be willing to bet on that. But no, that's basically all this episode was. It was just a giant spoof, and it was really fun to watch. And mildly disturbing in some instances. Like, what is Butters? Why does it have to be Butters? He's like the most naive and innocent character. Seriously. But whatever. I guess it just had to be Butters. I mean, like, it just had to be. Anyways, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna end it there. And I lost my train of thought there for a moment. I hope you enjoyed this review, and I hope you enjoyed the reaction. And as usual, until the next video, guys, check you laters. What up, guys? Otterpop here. Welcome to the South Park Season 6, Episode 14 review. Episode 14 is called The Death Camp of Tolerance. Wow, why was that so much of a struggle for me? If you're looking for the reaction, the link is going to be down in the description below, but if you're looking for the review, so, at the beginning of this episode, we learn that Mr. Garrison is finally allowed to teach 4th grade, he's basically allowed to teach 4th grade again, but learns that, only because there are laws that are prohibiting them from being, fired or downgraded or whatever because of, sexuality. And he's like, I could sue the school and get, millions of dollars for being homosexual, so now he's in the mindset of, oh, let's try and get fired. He ends up hiring a teaching assistant whose name is Mr. Sleigh with a very obvious, or not really obvious, but a very stereotypical gay man's voice. Seriously, he's got yeah. Garrison tries to use Mr. Slave to help him, advance his efforts of getting fired for his homosexuality, but it doesn't exactly work, and the boys end up, the class, actually, has to go to this Museum of Tolerance where they learn about, tolerating minorities or people with different ways of life, and, Garrison decides to try again. This time much more extreme, by putting the class gerbil Lemmywinks, I think was its name, right up Mr. Slave's rectum. I cannot believe I just had to say that sentence out loud. The boys mention it to Chef, who in turn tells the principal about what's been going on, but it's assumed that Chef is in the wrong and he's basically sent to a sort of tolerance seminar. And I'm just like, damn it. Meanwhile, Stan, Kyle, Cartman, and Butters decide not to go to class because they don't want to deal with Garrison's nonsense anymore, and hey, I can't blame them. So they end up being sent to a tolerance camp, hence the title of the episode, but it's a little bit like Auschwitz. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, no. It's even in black and white, too. I knew it reminded me of a movie or a scene or something like that, but I couldn't think of it. It reminded me of Schindler's List, which I haven't watched all of, but I know enough about it. I know that it is definitely a very, very dark film relating to World War II. It's very dark, and I know that. It's kind of one of those movies I've heard where you can really only watch it once or twice before you're like, nope, can't watch that again. That's how dark it is. But no, that's what it reminded me of, but I didn't figure out until I did a little bit more research under the episode. So they're basically at this death camp of tolerance, and they're being put in some pretty horrible conditions, and yeah, it's pretty bad. Meanwhile, Garrison is supposed to receive a reward, I think, for courageous behavior in the face of intolerance or something like that. And Garrison's like, okay, I need to step up my game. So he and Mr. Slave decide to be super colorful and flamboyant when they're about to receive the award, and the parents are suddenly like, oh my god, we get it. But they don't want to say anything because they don't want to they don't want to be seen as, intolerant of anybody. And of course, everybody in the crowd is like, super cheering, like, oh, congratulations, you're so courageous, you guys. And Mr. Garrison finally snaps. He's the one who ends up delivering the final message of, just because you have to be tolerant of it doesn't mean you have to, accept everything that they do, because there are obviously still some things that are clearly inappropriate. I mean, yeah, that's just how it is. And, he admits to wanting to be fired so he could collect some money from, suing the school or whatever, but then the principal ends up stepping forward like, oh no, I've got a better idea. And I'm like, you gonna send them to the death camp? Jeez. Seriously, why was that so hard for me? I don't know. So the parents end up collecting the boys from the camp, and basically Mr. Garrison and Mr. Sleigh basically have to go into the camp so they can be tolerant of themselves, which is a kind of weird way of putting it. And that's basically that. Or is it? No, as a matter of fact, that's not it, because there was actually a bit of a side story with the gerbil Lemmiwinks as he was traveling up through the digestive system of Mr. Sleigh to escape and free the spirits of other little animals that have been trapped inside of him, including like a fish and a sparrow and something else. I'm not exactly remembering. But there were so many like little tunes and songs and quests for Lemmiwinks to complete or whatever. It was the weirdest freaking thing that I have ever seen in a South Park episode. And I've seen some weird stuff. But then at the very end of the episode, right before Mr. Garrison and Mr. Sleigh are supposed to go and do the camp, Mr. Sleigh ends up coughing Lemmiwinks from his esophagus, and I'm like, oh my god, that could have gone so much worse. That's probably the best case scenario, and it was still absolutely mind-boggling. Oh my god, even just thinking about it. But basically, the point of the episode was kind of what Mr. Garrison stated toward, near the conclusion of the episode, right when he was about to receive the award for courage or whatever in the face of intolerance. Like, yes, there is such things as tolerance and intolerance, but there's also a bit of a fine line between tolerance and acceptance. And there's also a bit of a line between appropriate and inappropriate, like, regarding said tolerance, which absolutely makes sense. Like, yes, you have to be, like, you don't have to necessarily be accepting of other people. I mean, that's usually the best case scenario, is to be accepting of them, but you also have to be, tolerant of them to an extent. Like, because, just because they're different doesn't mean that they don't adhere to the same rules, if that makes sense. Now, hold on, let me reword that. I feel like that didn't make any sense. No, that kind of makes sense. Just because they're a little bit different, like, at least in this case I'm talking about sexuality, but just because they're different doesn't mean they don't necessarily adhere, or doesn't mean they don't adhere to all the rules. Like, they still have to abide by some rules. There's still that, again, like that line between appropriate and inappropriate, and clearly what Mr. Garrison was trying to do throughout the entirety of the episode, while understandable, was significantly inappropriate. Like, jeez, man! Like, he's hiring Mr. Sleigh and he's punishing Mr. Sleigh whenever the kids, do something wrong, and then sticking a gerbil up his butt. I hate having to say that, jeez, it sounds wrong. It sounds so wrong. Like, and then of course, appearing on stage super flamboyant and stuff, and like, again, there's a line. Like, everybody is different in their own way, whether it's, race or sexuality, gender, like, religion or ethnicity, like, everybody's different in their own way. But at the same time, there are still a bunch of rules that every one of us do still have to adhere to. And, respect and appropriateness are definitely two of them. Like, even, like, me, myself, and, a friend group that I had when I was in high school. Like, my sister and I, for the longest time, were kind of the only, like, straight-ish, or basically straight individuals. We had plenty of individuals in our friend group who were either bisexual or were lesbian. Like, there were plenty. I mean, even one of Hannah's ex-boyfriends was admitted being gay, and that's kind of why they broke up, but he had a girlfriend not too long after, and we don't talk about that. But, you know, like, and my sister's best friend, too. Like, a best friend that she had known since 4th grade. Like, even her best friend was transgender. Like, you know, was a she, now he's a he. And we were perfectly accepting of that, and his family was perfectly accepting of that, too, which was really awesome. My mom loves his mom. Seriously, and I don't know her very well myself, but, you know, I really love her too, because that's a huge thing, to accept something that big. Like, being gay or lesbian or bisexual, yes, there is something about that does need a little bit of accepting by family members, but transgender is kind of its own animal in a sense. And I don't mean that, like, in a bad way. I mean, like, it's its own, like, category of holy moly, because, like, you're not just, you know, having a dating preference, it's changing from one gender to another. That's like a significant change. You need so much acceptance, or not really acceptance, but it's really helpful to have so much acceptance from other people who are especially close to you, to be able to make such a big change like that. And luckily, he had all of the acceptance that he needed. Like, it wasn't tolerance, it was acceptance from my sister, from my mom, from his family. I mean, mostly his mom and his sister, but, you know, he had so much acceptance from the people that were very close to him, and that really helped them through the transition, which is just freaking awesome. But even me myself, like, I'm a bit of a more minor category, but even me myself, I am asexual. Like, I don't really have I mean, yes, I have dated 5 guys in the past. Like, clearly I do in a way prefer dating guys, but in terms of my sexual preference, I don't have one because I've never been interested in something like that. But, you know, just because I'm asexual doesn't mean, like, you know, I can't accept the nature of homosexual or bisexual. Like, you know, again, there's almost like a not even, and now that I'm saying it, there's not really so much of a fine line as there is actually, kind of, now that I think about it a little bit more, now that I'm really thinking about it, it's a little bit more of like a big gray area. Because, you know, again, it's not really one extreme to another. It's just, you know, one extreme and then, you know, kind of approaching one extreme. But, you know, you have tolerance where you can tolerate somebody else's, you know, preferences or sexuality or gender, religion, whatever. Like, you can tolerate them but not really care much about it, and you're just like, yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, you do you. But once you accept it, you're like, you know, I may not see things from your perspective, but I can understand where you're coming from, and you can absolutely do you. Like, it's not even so much different words, but just a different tone, different emotional state. Because, you know, you're tolerant, you're like, meh, but you're accepting, you're like, okay. And like, you know, that calm, or at least that's kind of how I see it. But, you know, yeah, you can certainly tolerate someone else's preferences, you know, whether you agree with them or not, but acceptance is a lot harder to do, in my opinion. It's always a lot harder to do, because by accepting something else, especially something that's very different or more extreme from, you know, your own point of view, by accepting that, I just had a good train of thought. What the heck? It was so good! What was I gonna say? Damn it. I feel like the original was gonna be a little bit better what I was gonna say, but basically, by accepting someone else, it's kind of like opening your mind and your perspective to other perspectives, and it's like opening up you're opening up your emotional bubble, and, you know, like, really feeling sympathy for other people, and, you know, trying to understand how it is that they feel. Like there's kind of a huge difference between tolerance and acceptance, but there's also a big gray area in between. It can also depend on, you know, it's like, you know, you can be accepting of someone else's opinion on this issue, but you can just be tolerant of someone else's opinion on a different issue. Like, that's kind of why there's a big gray area, because, you know, you can't just be accepting of everything. Like, there's nobody who exists like that. There are plenty of people who exist who can be completely tolerant of everything else, But then, of course, you got the intolerant people, and I'm not even going to talk about that because I've been talking enough about, tolerating and accepting other people, and I get the feeling that that was kind of a big part of this particular episode. I think I'm going to sneeze. Come on. I'm going to sneeze. Nope, guess not. Honestly, I've probably talked enough about this. I think you guys have a general idea of, what I'm kind of talking about. And again, I apologize for ranting so much. It's something that does kind of tend to happen when I do some of these reviews. It's like, I'm not sure if I have too much to talk about, and then soon to find out that, oh, hey, this video is like 13, 14, 15, 17 minutes long. And it's not necessarily intentional, but, it kind of is what it is. But that was at least my take from the episode. It's, again, kind of what Mr. Garrison said, but not entirely. It's still something a bit more, in-depth that's, again, at least my point of view. And purely my point of view. That's all these reviews are, is, kind of what I take away from it, in a sense. Whether it's before or after doing research. I did a little bit of research on this episode and stuff like that, and it's no, I pretty much have the same point of view even before doing all this research. It just is what it is. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I think there were a couple little interesting tidbits about this episode, though. How, there was an animatic of, the whole Lemmy Winks side plot, and Stone and Parker were just laughing hysterically while everybody else was staring, and then, initially the thought was, oh, this whole Lemmy Winks thing isn't even going to be the final product, and last minute, surprise, it's going to be in the final product, and I'm just like, oh boy. And it was just so weird. It was, I may have said something similar in my reaction, but that is by far the weirdest thing I've seen in a South Park episode so far, and I've seen some weird stuff. That was just unexpected. I should come to expect that of South Park. Expect the unexpected. I should expect unexpected things to happen in South Park, but that just came out of freaking nowhere. And yet, it was completely tied to the plot in its own weirdly unique way, and it was just so weird. Yeah. I really need to stop logicking my way into South Park, but hey, I end up doing it anyways because whoop-de-doo, that's how my brain do. Anyways, those are my thoughts on this episode. Sorry if this rant ended up being a bit longer, and, I hope you found it reasonably interesting. Or at least I hope you liked the reaction, especially certain bits and pieces. But anyways, I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna end it there, so thank you all for watching. I hope you've enjoyed the review and the reaction, if you watch both. And as usual, until the next video, guys, check you laters. What up, guys? Otterpop here, and welcome to another review of a South Park episode. This is going to be the review for South Park Season 6, Episode 15. I almost fudged up there. The biggest douche in the universe. So, Cartman is basically in the hospital because Kenny is trying to possess him again, and he's getting sick, and he's apparently running out of time. Wow. Brain fog. I swear, I sometimes have to, watch the actual episode to actually remember what happens again, especially if I haven't seen the episode in a little bit. Hold on. But yes, Cartman is in the hospital because Kenny's trying to possess him again, and Chef is like, okay, well, there's this guy named John Edwards who's got a show in New York who might be able to help, talk to the dead, and that he can talk to Kenny and try and, get his soul removed from Cartman's body or something like that. But John Edwards turns out to be, he basically does he's a psychic who does cold reads, and even I know what cold reads are. I don't always necessarily believe in the whole, psychic, spirit, ghost type stuff, but even I know what cold reads are. It's kind of a scientific thing, where basically, you look at something or you look at someone and you take their body language and, their expressions and whatnot, and then put it all together and try and figure out exactly what they want. I mean, it's kind of easy to do when somebody is emotional, so, there is that. Oops, I accidentally paused that. John Edwards is basically just a psychic doing cold reads, and, Chef is like, okay, well, we can probably go to my parents in Ireland, and I'm like, what? And before I continue with this, I will also briefly mention that Kyle has basically been convinced into, believing John Edward's psychicness, where Stan is the exact opposite, and he's like, no, this guy is nothing special, I need to find a way to disprove him, or something. So, it's just Chef and Cartman and his mom, I think his mom too, that end up going to Ireland to Chef's parents. So while Cartman and Chef are heading off to Ireland, Stan is going to John Edward's house to, talk with him. But it eventually culminates in, Stan proclaiming that John Edwards is the biggest douche in the universe, and then eventually finds a bunch of, cold read books to try and, learn the trick of the trade, as it were. Is that right? That sounds about right. I think that sounds right. In order to get back Kyle, who has, again, kind of fallen prey to, psychic John Edwards' cold reads or whatever, Stan tries to do the exact same thing, but ends up impressing a bunch of people and even getting his own show, even though he's trying to be like, no, that is not what's happening here. I'm not gifted. I am just telling you the trick of the trade. That does sound right. But of course, John Edwards takes this as a challenge, and so he basically challenges Stan to a psychic showdown, and Stan's just like, oh god, no, why? And then, meanwhile, Chef, Cartman, and his mom are in Ireland with his parents trying to exorcise Kenny's spirit with some weird ritual or whatever, which I didn't even know was kind of a thing. Which works! They managed to get Kenny's soul out of Cartman's body, but since there's no, other child for the spirit to possess, it ends up possessing a pot roast. And then, of course, during Stan's psychic showdown with John Edwards, Stan ends up convincing basically the audience, and Kyle included, thank goodness, that, he convinces them of some stuff. Which, there was a lot about how, people may be gone, but we can't just rely on psychics like this biggest douche in the universe, John Edwards, to, talk to our loved ones for us, or something to that effect. I don't know, it's been a little bit since I've seen the episode. At least all the way through. But then things start getting a little bit weird. And by weird, I mean aliens descend upon and take John Edwards up into space to receive to be a competitor for receiving the award of biggest douche in the universe. Which he actually wins, even ahead of an actual douche. Yeah. I just said that. But then meanwhile, Chef, Cartman, and Leanne are back on their way home, but they're like, wait, where's the pot roast? And it ends up possessing this guy, Rob Schneider or something like that. There were some running gags with him across the episode. Things I didn't exactly understand, because, I know the name, but that's literally all I know. And either he gets possessed by Kenny, or starts reliving some of the memories, or I don't exactly know, something like that. But that's basically how the episode ends. But see, this is exactly why I do research, because again, I didn't really know who this Rob Schneider guy was, and I knew the name Rob Schneider, I knew the name John Edwards, but I didn't really know, I literally did not know anything else. But, John Edwards, at every, generation, half generation or generation or so, there's always this, psychic who's pretending to be psychic when he's actually doing cold reads kind of guy, and John Edwards was kind of the guy at the time, and apparently it was a running joke, or not a running joke, but it was kind of a joke amongst the entire South Park crew, behind the scenes, that John Edwards was the biggest douche in the universe. Hence the name of the episode, and, kind of what happens with him across, Stan he tries to call John Edwards the biggest douche in the universe, and then John Edwards is constantly saying throughout the episode, no, I'm not a douche, like a whiny little bitch. Seriously. At least, that's kind of the way that I took it. But then there's Rob Schneider, who was apparently some kind of, actor guy, who there were similar plot lines with, various movies that he starred in, and the South Park crew was kind of making fun of that. Apparently, Schneider thought that it was super awesome and hilarious that that the South Park crew made fun of him, but he was like, but they were nice to me. They were nice in the spoof they did of me. It is really cool when, like, all the actors and celebrities and political figures and stuff, like, actually reach out to the South Park crew, whenever the South Park crew does spoofs of, like, you know, famous people like that. But it's cool when those famous people reach out and they're like, oh, that was so good, or something like that. Like, I mean, I actually don't know how many people have done it exactly. Like, I know that there are probably plenty of people that are aware of stuff like this, but whether they actually respond, and whether they respond in a positive manner, I'm not actually sure on the statistics of that. If I had to do statistics on that, that means that I have to do a lot of research, which could potentially spoil probably a bunch of future episodes, because, I mean, these episodes rely well, not all of them, but a lot of these episodes usually rely very heavily on material or events or people, things that are happening around them around the time of these episodes. Seriously, it takes like a week or two to actually push out all these episodes, from all the dialogue to the screenwriting, which is kind of the same thing. That's not exactly the same thing. I don't really know much about the trade. I know enough, but just to produce a single episode, it still takes them like a week or two or something crazy like that. And it's like, they have the ability to push all this out, even with all the current events that are going on around them. Actually, come to think of it, how in the hell is that going to work with COVID? Huh. I feel like I've mentioned that, but I don't know if I've really, really mentioned it or talked about it until now. Interesting. I wonder what they're doing with I wonder what kinds of episodes they're pushing out with all this COVID stuff going on, though. I guess I'll just have to wait until season 23? 4? Whatever? That's gonna be a long wait. Oh well, it's my own fault, but at the same time, it's not really, because this is why I'm doing this. I mean, I'm a freaking blind reactor to this stuff. Ow, I just hit my nail on my freaking computer. I need to not do that. That kind of hurt. But no, the South Park crew, regardless, was basically making fun of John Edwards and Rob Schneider throughout the entirety of the episode, which, I mean, I don't think John Edwards ever made a comment on, but, they clearly thought he was the biggest douche in the universe, so, why would he? But then, Rob Schneider was like, oh, this was great. You guys were a little nice to me with the spoof, but you guys were great. I love it that you, parodied me or whatever. Which, again, is super cool. Like, that, celebrities and stuff like that will just reach it back out to the South Park crew and be like, hey, I really love what you did. Who knows, maybe even a couple of them from time to time have been like, but I have a suggestion if you want to make it look better or worse. However you want to take it. Who knows? I don't actually know. Because again, this is just season 6. There's still there's still 17 more seasons to go. Who knows? I mean, they've already spoofed and parodied a bunch of celebrities thus far. There's definitely room to do that for even more. They're definitely going to parody and spoof Trump and Clinton. For some reason, those are the only two I'm thinking of right now, but that was just the most recent election, because there is another one coming up relatively shortly. I don't know. For some reason, that was the first thing I thought of. I feel like I've seen that Morgan Freeman has a spoof, and, he's a character that might have appeared more than once, if I'm recalling correctly? I don't know. Because, I mean, let's see, they've had Bill Gates, I think. They've had, what was that one lady from that, Halloween-y type special? One of the few people that apparently the creators of South Park really don't like. I don't remember her name. But she had, her faces in the corners of the... I don't know. They've already had so many celebrities and stuff, or, famous people. I'm just gonna call them famous people because they're not all just celebrities. Political figures, figures from around the world, religious figures, so yeah, and of course, celebrities, actors, talk show hosts, stuff like, whatever. Famous people. That's what I'm gonna start calling them from now on. So, they've done a lot of spoofs of famous people in the past, obviously. There's just room to do even more in the future. And I honestly can't wait. Especially because, some of these early ones I'm not always getting. Although I will admit that the episode with, O.J. Simpson and, the Ramsey family, like, those references I absolutely understood. That was freaking great. But, some of these early ones, I don't exactly recognize all that much because, again, these are times when I was really young, and these are events and people that I wasn't really familiar with, and I know I've mentioned this in a previous either commentary or review, and I apologize for mentioning it again, but I am sorry that I am such an uncultured baby, okay? I'm sorry that I'm such an uncultured baby, but it is what it is. Part of the, not cultured thing, actually most of it rests with me. Don't blame my parents. Don't blame my parents for that. They tried. They really did. I'm just a little picky. That's all. But yeah. And then of course, I'd have to say one of my favorite instances across the entire episode was when Stan was explaining how the cold readings worked, and I was just like, yep. Because I absolutely understood that kind of stuff. Like, that was stuff that I, understood, from a scientific point of view. Even though I'm not an individual who is very social, I'm not absolutely familiar with body language, but based on how he was explaining it in such a perfect scientific way, and I was just like, yep, these points all make sense, this is a perfect explanation. I think the South Park creators, credited somebody with Stan's explanation of a cold reading. I don't know who it was, I don't remember the name, but they credited somebody with the cold reading explanation that Stan was giving everyone else, even though they still thought that, oh no, it's a miracle, he's got psychic powers and is gifted, and it's just nonsense. Wow, I went on quite the excitable rant. Much more than I expected to. I'll make sure to keep that a little bit more low-key for the next two episodes, although for episode 17, especially towards the end of the review, that might not necessarily be the same. If you've seen the episode, or, when you see my reaction to the episode, you'll know what I mean. But anyways, I'm going to go ahead. I don't think that there was anything else I need to mention. I didn't really have a lot to say on this one. It was just a bunch of enjoyable moments, really. And some stuff about some famous people I didn't really understand all that much. But it was nice to think, but it was kind of nice to think about, famous figures, how they've been portrayed, how they will be portrayed in future episodes, and, how much fun that could be. But, yeah, there really wasn't much else for me to add. But it was still a fun episode in some instances. I think I need to take a moment to calm down. I am speaking unusually fast. Wonder why. Maybe I need food. No, I don't think it's the food. Maybe it was the coffee. Except coffee usually doesn't do that to me. Huh, weird. Anyways, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna end that review there because I've really got nothing else to say. So, thank you all for watching. I hope you've enjoyed my reaction and the subsequent review. And as usual, until the next video, guys, check you laters! I just realized that I forgot to say that the link to the reaction is going to be down in the description below, but you guys should all know this by this point. My bad. What up guys, Otterpop here, and welcome to the review for South Park Season 6, Episode 16. Wow, that is a lot of episodes. My Future Self and Me. Now, as usual, the link to the actual reaction is going to be down in the description below, but this particular video is about doing the review, so here we go. Here we go! I don't know why I just did that. So I apologize for the review for the last episode that probably seemed a little bit rapid fire. I'm not entirely sure what happened, but I have toned the F down. So quick recap of the episode is that a bunch of random boys kind of find a joint, but they don't want to touch it because they're like, oh no, we're gonna become, drug addicts and something bad's gonna happen to us. And Stan ends up like, okay, well, yeah. Here it is, tossed. Here we go, I touched it. Big friggin' whoop. Well, there's a freak storm that same evening, and all of a sudden Stan's future self just appears at their door and is starting to talk about, stuff that only Stan would know, and Stan's parents are like, holy crap, this really is our kid from the future. And so, future Stan ends up staying with the Marsh family and in Stan's bedroom for a while, and, Stan has found out that his future self has been a bit of a drug addict, heroin addict, or maybe a little bit of an alcoholic too. It's just a little bit crazy. Of course, then he discovers a little bit later that Butters also has his future self staying at, well, like Butters' future self staying at Butters' family's house. And Stan's like, wait, something's wrong. This can't be a coincidence. And they end up finding out, I'm just putting it simply, but Butters and Stan end up finding out that there's actually a corporation that will find people to... Well, the parents will go to the said corporation. I don't remember what the corporation is called. But the parents will go to said corporation and basically hire people to pretend to be their kids from the future so as to like sort of lie to them and convince the kids not to do like, you know, drugs or alcohol or stuff. And as soon as I found... No. Save the review for after that. Butters and Stan end up finding out that Cartman has a sort of parent revenge company, and it didn't even cross my mind that Cartman would be the one to come up with something crazy like that, but surprise, surprise, he did. And, you know, it comes up with, you know, smearing poop across the inside of Butters' house or something like that. I'm not even gonna ask. And proposes something similar with Stan, but then Stan's like, no, that's too tame. And then he's like, oh, we can just kill your parents and feed them to dogs. And Stan's like, no, that's too extreme. So Stan sets out to prove it by himself, by, you know, chopping off / not chopping off his own hand, trying to, you know, fix the time travel paradox until Randy actually chops off the guy's hand when Stan reveals, no, I didn't actually chop off my hand. But his parents still wouldn't admit that they were the ones who hired the guy to pretend to be future Stan. And it was just like, And Stan's not happy, understandably. Like, his parents have they lied to him, they are still lying to him, and he's just frustrated out of his mind. Can't blame him. But eventually Stan's parents do admit to it, like at the very end of the episode, and with a little bit of help from Cartman, from Cartman's company or whatever, they end up, you know, getting revenge on the corporation or whatever, and Cartman's future self appears, his actual future self, but Cartman doesn't believe it, and so suddenly the future Cartman is kind of just like, oh no, I've been reduced to a janitor or something. Like, he was a business CEO and now he's like a janitor, fast food. I don't exactly know, something like that. But nope, time-space continuum has been broken. At first, you know, it was just like, you know, Stan and Butters having future selves that weren't actually future selves, but then Cartman having an actual future self that Cartman didn't believe, and I initially didn't believe, but then I was like, wait a minute. And then sure enough, he was actually real, and yeah, time-space continuum broken, seriously. I got so mad towards the end of the episode. Like, I know that there are plenty of, you know, movies and stories and books and games and whatnot that will bring, like, time travel into the mix. Try to put time travel in the story, at the center of the story, whatever. But I don't know why. The idea of time travel is both fascinating and infuriating all at the same time. It's probably because I'm a scientist. I mean, I guess I'm not terribly surprised, but time travel's always been a bit iffy with me. And I know that that's not the point of the episode, but I wanted to talk about this first because I've got a bigger point to make about the other major point of the episode. But no, why do they have to just F with time? Why do they have to screw with time? Like, that's... I'm a bit of a writer, I'm a creator. That's something I never do with any of my stories. I don't mess with time. I just don't. That's not how that works. Like, you know, if you can, like, you know, predict the future, or, you know, see past events, like, I suppose I can kind of make an exception for minor stuff like that, but when you actively have the ability to, like, you know, travel through time, or speed up and slow down time, or, something like that, I don't know, I get really iffy with it. I just don't screw with time. It's such a hard thing to explain. Anyways. Back to point number 2, please. But no, the real major point of the episode, which was, you know, relatively obvious, kind of from, not exactly from the get-go, but pretty early on in the episode, was that the entire episode was sort of like a anti-drug message while also making fun of anti-drug messages and stuff like that, which honestly, I personally think it was pulled off pretty well. It was actually it was like a spoof, but you didn't realize it was a spoof. But at the same time, you did realize that it was just a big old parody. Because, like, I haven't seen a whole lot of anti-drug, anti-smoking, anti-alcohol stuff. Whether it's marijuana, pot, almost the same thing. What the heck? Heroin, just ecstasy, like all those kinds of things. I haven't really seen any kind of, one of those commercials in a really long time, but, especially for the longest time, there was, the idea that commercials would be like, oh, this will lead to, this will lead to death, this will lead to terrorism, this will lead to murder, something like that. And it was just a complete exaggeration on so many, anti-drug commercials and stuff like that. And of course, there was the other kind of point behind that, where Stan's parents lied to him and continue lying to him throughout the entirety of the episode in order to, push him away from, drugs and alcohol and stuff like that. Like, they actively did that. Even when Stan was kind of proving some points and trying to prove them wrong and stuff, his parents were still lying to him, and he was getting admittedly frustrated about it. Like, hell, I would be frustrated about it too. But, no. Like, you can't just lie to your kids about something, or not really lie, like, you can't, they did and didn't lie, they kind of, like, both lied and stretched the truth, because, yeah, there are plenty of drugs out there, there's, there are plenty of things out there that if you do too often, they will fuck your body up. Hardcore. Like, people have seen what smoking does to the lungs. They've seen what alcohol can do to the liver. They see what drugs can do to, the brain, the heart, the blood vessels, and yes, I gave more explanations of drugs, but, alcohol generally tends to primarily affect just the liver and sometimes the brain a little bit. Smoking generally just kind of affects the esophagus and the lungs, stuff like that. But, various drugs can have varying effects because they're all used for different purposes. Just trust me on that. But, I mean, it hits a little bit close to home, too, in a way. It's not drugs, but my family has definitely had, not really problems. We've had, what's the word I'm looking for? Experience. My family has had experience with the whole issue of alcoholism. My dad was actually an alcoholic for quite some time, especially in his early 20s. When he and my mom met, when I think mom was like 19 maybe, and dad was like 23, but when they met, he was still kind of a bit of an alcoholic, and then all of a sudden, they're procreating, and, my sister and I were born within a few years, and, dad's alcoholism problems were still getting worse. Like, he was still being quite an alcoholic, and mom actually almost left him with, me and my sister in tow. Like, it just happened to be perfect timing, where, my mom was literally opening the door to walk out with her suitcases with my sister and I, and dad was just standing there, and he was just like, I need help. It was just absolutely perfect timing. Mom actually admitted that if she were in the exact same situation, currently, she would have turned it down. She would have been like, nope, see ya. But because, I mean, she was like, 23 years old. She was a young mother who had 2 kids. Like, her brain probably wasn't done. She probably didn't know much better. Wow, it's crazy to think that by my age, mom already had 2 kids. Huh, that's weird. But, but it is what it is. He got treatment, he got sober, and he's been doing great for a really long time, and it's not just him too. Like, his dad was an alcoholic, and frankly, his dad is a bit of a hermit. He doesn't really communicate with the family kind of ever, so my dad and my aunt have kind of almost in a way disowned him, but that's an entirely different story. But even my mom, like, her stepdad has had some alcoholic issues, which even I was beginning to notice even a few years ago once my sister graduated. I won't get into too much detail about those problems, but funny enough, the last time I actually saw him within the last few months, he was a lot different. Like, everybody noticed it. I noticed it, my sister noticed it, my parents and my aunt and uncle noticed it, and we were just like, holy crap, this is crazy. Now, again, my family has, as far as I know, no one in my family has ever really had any problems with drugs or anything like that, but problems with alcoholism can still lead to some similar fates, I guess you can say. So, while I may not understand the drug side of it, I can understand the alcoholism side of it. Like, you know, stuff like that, they can really do damage. They can really do a number on, and of course it's like, you know, leading to murder, terrorism, death, stuff like that. Like, that's extreme stuff. But what they what they don't necessarily talk about is often the emotional impacts that stuff like that can have on friends and family members, because that is absolutely what happened to my family. Like, you know, the relationship between my mom and her stepdad, and sometimes even, you know, a few of us and her stepdad, it was strained for quite some time, quite a few years, because of the alcoholism. And again, the emotional turmoil that my mom must have gone through when my dad was an alcoholic, and she had 2 young kids who weren't even, like, you know, 3 and 1. Like, I can't imagine what she felt. But, and, you know, drugs and stuff like that can kind of do the same thing. But it's nothing like, you know, usually super extreme, and if it is, it's incredibly rare. I mean, you know, but you're definitely doing a lot of damage to yourself physically, but you're also doing a lot of damage to yourself emotionally and to the people around you. And that's definitely not something that was necessarily talked about in the episode, but at the same time, that was the point. Because, you know, all of these, you know, anti-drug, anti-alcohol commercials that were probably coming around at that time, and may still even exist every now and then to this day. I don't exactly know. I don't pay attention to stuff like that. That stuff just irritates me more than anything. But, you know, sometimes it's just exaggerated. And I mean, I can get why. It can really fuck with your life. But not always to that extreme. And then of course, you know, parents lying to their kids about, you know, stuff like this, like, oh, this is going to cause you to die. Oh, this is going to lead you to, you know, become a serial killer or some nonsense like that. It's like, no. Like, you wanna be honest and present the dangers of stuff like this to your kids, but you don't want to just lie and scare them away from it. Like, that's not doing you any good. That's certainly gonna eventually blow up in your face and probably hurt your relationship and the trust that you have with your kid. Like, my parents even make a pretty good example. They did the exact opposite of what Stan's parents did. Like, they were honest with my sister and I, like, especially once we were in our teenage years, they were telling us more and more about, you know, what was happening during technically our toddler infant days, you know, how they've dealt with alcoholism and stuff like that. They were being honest, and they were kind of being like, you know, if you, like, we won't necessarily be mad if you want to try stuff like this. Like, eventually you're going to be free to choose whatever the hell you want. So if you want to try this, then that's your choice. But you just got to learn to be mature and not let it, you know, seriously impact your life. And, you know, my sister's tried marijuana. She didn't care too much for it, but she's tried it once before. I still haven't tried, like, you know, any kind of drugs or anything to this day. And technically not like cigarettes either. There was this one time I had, like, one of those weird e-cigarettes, and I just absolutely hated it. Ugh, it's gross. In hindsight, it probably wasn't the best thing to try first, but it honestly did stave me away enough from it and made me go like, yeah, I don't really have any interest in trying the real thing. Like, it just kind of blocked off my interest. And, you know, I will admit, I do like my alcohol. Every now and then. I know how to balance that, okay? I do. I do especially like wines, but I do know how to pace myself. I mean, sometimes I go a little bit overboard. There are actually some times where my sister and I will go home and I'll end up having you know, some wine, but then I'm like, I don't want to have too much because I know how weird I could be. But my mom is always telling me, do whatever the fuck you want. You're not driving anywhere, and usually more often than not, I end up just drinking a little bit more, and then I just start getting weird and I get weird when I drink. I'm a chatty alcoholic, apparently, which I don't like. I don't like that I'm a chatty alcoholic. I have no idea what my sister's like. I mean, she likes her alcohol too, but again, like, we were told about all this stuff, but we weren't necessarily scared away from it, so we still like to have alcohol every now and then. We still want to try some of this stuff, and we still want to continue doing it. But again, we're mature, we know how to pace ourselves, we pretty much know our limitations. Even just last night, I just had a little glass of Chardonnay, because, you know, I felt like it. And of course, now that I've opened the bottle, it's probably good to finish that within a week, but again, that's like 5-6 glasses of wine. But, you know, I might have a glass tonight, maybe 2, but, you know, that's usually what I end up doing. You know, it's a work night anyways, so I can't really, you know, drink too much anyways. But again, I know how to pace myself. Like, if I have 1 or 2 glasses within the span of, like, you know, 3-4 hours, and I have plenty of water, which I normally do, I'm fine. But, you know, my parents didn't lie to my sister and I about that kind of stuff. They were honest with us, and they were like, if you want to try this, you can, but try and be careful while you're doing it too. Like, because, like, they knew. Because by that point that they were telling us all this kind of stuff, they knew that we were responsible, we were good kids, we were relatively mature kids. Not completely, but, you know, relatively mature, but they trusted us, and because of that, they still trust us, and we still trust them. Like, we still have that strong relationship with them because of that. And, you know, that's how it's gotta be. You can't just, you know, lie and exaggerate that kind of stuff, because that's just not how it works. That's just not. Wow, this is probably one of the longest reviews I've actually done. Huh. Well, you guys have learned a few things about me, at least. Because I know I've mentioned a couple of these kinds of points about, you know, drugs and alcohol, but I don't think I've ever gone this in depth with them. Or maybe I have. I don't exactly remember. But anyways, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to end it there, because that pretty much ends my thought process on how the episode made me feel, at least. But thank you all for watching. I hope you've enjoyed the reaction and this review, and I hope you learned a thing or two about me. So that was actually kind of nice. And as usual, until the next video, guys, check you laters. What up, guys? Otterpop here, and this is going to be the review for the final episode of Season 6, Episode 17, Red Sleigh Down. And as the name implies, this is absolutely a Christmas special. Who could have thunked? The episode... Oh wait, no, before I get started, as usual, the link to the reaction is going to be down in the description below, but if you're here for the review, you've come to the right place. So here we go! Anyways, the episode first starts with Cartman finding out that, you know, he's got a lot more misdeeds rather than good deeds, and that he might not get presents under the Christmas tree this year. So he tries to think of ways to, you know, make it happen. That, you know, he might have enough good, he's trying to do good deeds to renew his rap sheet, whatever. And he's like, oh, let's spread Christmas cheer in Iraq, and wouldn't you know it, Mr. Hanky the Christmas Pooh arrives! Whoopee! How now? Anyways, Mr. Hanky arrives, and he's like, ooh, you know who could help us? Is Santa Claus. So, it is Stan, Kyle, and Cartman, and Mr. Hanky that basically travel up to the North Pole to ask Santa Claus for some help in spreading Christmas cheer to Iraq. And again, like, Stan and Kyle are just like, okay, we have no idea what Cartman's plan is, why he wants to do this, but I guess we're doing this. So, Santa goes to Iraq to start spreading some Christmas cheer, and gets shot down by a missile. The reindeer are dead. His legs are broken. Red Sleigh down. The boys are desperate to save Santa, and Mr. Hanky's like, or no, was it one of the gnomes, or was it Mr. Hanky? It was one of the two. Might have actually been one of the gnomes, who was like, oh, we know who could help. Jesus! Gotta find Jesus Christ, who apparently is in, like, Italy or something like that. What the hell? Oh, that's my papa. Oops. apologies, my papa called me, and so I ended up talking with him for a while. I think I vaguely remember where I left off. I remember talking about Santa getting shot down by the Iraqis, and Mr. Hanky is like, oh, one of the gnomes, I think, is like, oh, let's go find Jesus Christ, let's get help from him, and then meanwhile Santa, his legs are broken, he really can't move, and he starts getting tortured by the Iraqis in a very unpleasant way. The boys and Mr. Hanky end up finding Jesus, I think in Italy, is what I was guessing, and he's like, we'll need the power of God on our side. And then all of a sudden he starts bringing out, assault rifles and crazy guns and weapons, and I'm just like, hold up now, Jesus, hold on, sir. But holy moly, does Jesus bring the fire when he rains bullets down on all kinds of Iraqis, and kind of heals Santa's legs in the process, and then Santa starts kind of doing the same thing until Jesus gets shot and he dies, as evidenced by the fact that his halo ring above his head disappears. And I was like, no, you can't do that, you can't kill Jesus. But they killed Jesus, and the boys and Mr. Hanky managed to leave with an injured Santa in tow, but then he's like, oh wait, I still gotta achieve my original mission, so he basically shoots missiles all across Baghdad which are loaded with, Christmas trees and presents and decorations and stuff, and I'm like, okay, I did not see that coming in the slightest. And then, of course, by the way, as this is happening throughout through little bits and pieces throughout the entirety of the episode, is Jimmy stuttering 12 Days of Christmas. Again, little bits of that sprinkled throughout the episode. It was freaking hilarious. I loved it. And then, of course, by the end, it's like, oh no, Jimmy is done. That means we get to light the tree. But surprise! Tree doesn't work until Santa comes in and, shoots it with a missile, and it's like, ooh, tree is glowing and stuff again. So, and then Santa's like, no, Jesus today died, so therefore every Christmas day we will celebrate to remember Jesus Christ for sacrificing himself to save Christmas. I wish I could joke about that, but that's basically what Santa said. That's basically what he said. And there you have it, that is basically the end of the episode. Except not. This is absolutely the portion of the episode that killed me. This almost gave me an aneurysm when the boys get their presents and they're like, okay, we're about to have fun with some of our presents, and Kenny appears from stage left, and the boys are like, oh, hey, Kenny, where were you? And Kenny's apparently like, I was over there, or something like that, and all four of them just walk off. They're like, everything's back to normal, cool, sweetness. And I was just like, excuse me? I'm not entirely sure what the general point of this particular episode was. I didn't exactly get it. I mean, to be fair though, once I started doing research, there wasn't really a point to get necessarily. I mean, there were a couple of little things, but it's, nothing like, super major stuff. Just another Christmas special that the South Park creators were just kind of pushing out. And, I mean, but of course then Jesus Christ dies on Christmas Eve, and it's just like, no, that's not how that should be happening, no. Why, I mean, who cares that he died on Christmas Eve, but the fact that they killed Jesus, why would they have to do that? But also, Jesus is freaking awesome, because he and Santa are kind of best buddies. I mean, Mr. Hanky's pretty good friends with them too, but Santa and Jesus are like best buddies. That's how we think of them. Based on a previous Christmas special, I think it was from like season 2 or 3, something like that. But, Santa needed help, and Jesus was like, alright, I'm bringing the heavy artillery. Let's go. So, he does, but ends up sacrificing his life, and I'm like, okay, I'm glad Santa's not dead, but why'd you have to kill Jesus? Jesus was freaking awesome. He was a great character. And, he's coming back. I just know it. Like, he's definitely gotta be coming back. But it was the end of the episode, the very end of it, that broke me. It almost gave me an aneurysm when all of a sudden Kenny appeared. After having been gone for like an entire season. He just appears. A wild Kenny appears. And he's not dead. And I'm just like, I need an explanation now. Because if I don't get an if I don't get an explanation, even a silly, ridiculous one, I'm gonna lose my mind. And I mean, I know Kenny was gonna be brought back eventually, but to bring him just like this, without any warning whatsoever, it's like they decided to kill Jesus and just bring Kenny back, and it's like, but why did you feel the need to trade off in the first place? It was so dumb. I mean, no. It's not necessarily dumb that, you know, Jesus died and that, you know, Kenny came back. But it was just like, why would you do that? To bring a character back by killing off another, well, major supporting character. I mean, you technically brought back a main character and killed off a major supporting character, which I guess kind of makes sense when you know, it's one of the main cast, one of the main boys for a holy religious figure, but it's just like, but why? Because Jesus was awesome. Not that Kenny wasn't awesome, but you just gotta bring him back with no warning. At least Jesus had a good send-off, but he will be coming back. He has to come back. He had better come back or I am going to riot. Because Jesus is a freaking awesome character in this series, and I love it. But it's like, you just bring Kenny back for no apparent, or, I mean, for a reason. Like, he was gonna come back eventually, he was one of the main cast, but it's like, with no explanation, you just bring him back. He's just there. He just appeared. I mean, I know his soul was technically stuck in that Rob Schneider guy, and I imagine that there was some crazy nonsense that happened in that respect, but I'm gonna stop now, because otherwise I'm gonna have another aneurysm. And I say this all metaphorically. I'm not really gonna have an aneurysm. Like, I know I'm absolutely just exaggerating, but this was probably one of the most mind-screwing moments of anything I've seen of South Park so far. Like, there have been some serious mind blows and mind screwings with some of the events and some of the episodes sometimes in general that happen in South Park. But this just... My head can't take it. My head doesn't want to take it. For very good reason. Oh boy. I can't believe that's already the end of Season 6. I wonder what Season 7's gonna be like. You know, now that Kenny's back. Who knows, honestly. Anything's possible. Anything's possible. So, I'm out. I'm cutting it. I'm cutting it because I got nothing else to say. So, I mean, I suppose this is kind of all I can say at this point, is that thank you all for watching. I hope you have enjoyed these reactions and these reviews, because again, this was something absolutely new that I was trying. I seem to be getting a lot of positive feedback from it so far, so hooray. But I really hope that you guys enjoyed both the reactions as well as the reviews. I hope that there were some good moments that made you laugh, some moments that were like, oh, I'm so glad I got to watch that reaction to that. And even in some of my reviews, I hope that there were some moments where you were like, oh, interesting point of view. Let me offer my point of view, or something like that. I hope I was able to do that. I hope you like the new format, because I honestly would like to stick with it. Because again, there are a few reasons I do some of these reviews. Well, there's a reason I decided to switch to this format. I will admit a part of it is to get a little bit more watch time on YouTube, because again, I can't really post the reactions on YouTube without getting copyright strikes. I already had enough problems with Season 2 and kind of Season 3, and I was like, no, I'm not even going to do that anymore, because that was just a pain in the arse. I had to edit down a lot of those Season 2 videos so many times, and some of them are still blocked. So, actually, funny enough, I think what I'm going to do eventually is put back together
the season 2 reactions, or not all of them. I know that I still have some of the original videos for most of them, but put them together and put those on BitChute so that you guys can, you know, enjoy to your heart's content. But I will see what I can do about that. But another big reason that I tend to do these reviews is because, again, a lot of them tend to reference things that I'm not necessarily familiar with, so I sometimes like to do a little research, and sometimes I will, you know, watch an episode and want to comment on it, but I forget about it, and it's just like, or I comment on it, like, you know, after I've seen the episode, but I'm like, no, but there's so much more that I want to say, but I don't want to make this video too long, and who's going to watch to the end of this anyways? Ow. My throat and my sinuses, what the hell just happened? But no, having these reviews allows me to give a lot more like feedback, like actual feedback, like, you know, whether it's personal experience on my part, my thoughts and opinions on matters, you know, things like that. Like, I do prefer this format. It does arguably take a little bit more time as a result, which is why I'm starting to switch around my schedule just a little bit. I'm probably gonna, like, you know, I'm probably even gonna start reacting to season 8 episodes, probably even by the time, you know, the reactions for episodes 13 and 14 may come out. Like, I may be reacting to episodes as early as that. But I'm still, but here's the thing, is that I'm still gonna have a few weeks break between seasons. But this time I'm going to plan a little bit better. But I'm still going to have those few weeks of break between seasons, because that gives me time to, you know, get all the material that I need together. It gives me time to put all of it together instead of having to continuously watch everything, like, super ahead of time and not have enough time to make any of the other content that I really want to make. So it's really beneficial for me, and, you know, I do sometimes wish that I could put out more than 2 episodes a week, you know, because I know that a lot of you guys especially like these, but these videos do take a lot of time to edit. And not even just the South Park videos, but plenty of other videos as well. So I hope you guys understand, so please forgive me, and thank you so much for joining me on this journey through watching season 6. This has definitely been one of the, like, a lot of people mentioned that this was going to be a really good season, and I could see why. I loved a lot of the episodes, like, so many good moments in episodes for me to comment on, like, especially with, you know, my own personal experiences and beliefs on the matter, on, you know, some of the matters. No, it was really great. This was definitely an amazing season, and I cannot wait for future seasons. So, yeah. So, I guess I'm gonna have to end it there. Season 6 is over, and in a few weeks' time, from the release of this episode, Season 7 will be coming. And I swear it's only going to be a few weeks and not like over a month, because I was switching formats between Seasons 5 and 6 and things got hectic, so I apologize, but I promise it's only going to be a few weeks this time around. So, thank you all for watching, for joining me on this amazing journey, really. And as usual, until the next video, guys, and until the next South Park reaction, guys, check you laters.